Chapter 21:13. Possession. In the beginning, Chunzong was very afraid and worried. However, as he experienced more, he did not feel much. This was because every possession ended in failure. On the contrary, he could gain a lot of benefits. Of course, this did not mean that Chunzong could ignore the possession. In the past, he had to deal with it with all his strength. This time it was the same. After Yu Qianming's black scale tri-body was shattered by Chunzong's ancestral swords, his spirit turned into a shadow and escaped into Chunzong's spirit sea. As Chunzong thought about it, his consciousness also sank into the spirit sea and saw Yu Qianming's true body. Without a body to support it, the spirit was loose. After condensing, it would take the form of the true body. This way, he might be able to tell what race the other party was. However, when Chunzong saw the other party's spirit, he was slightly stunned. In the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, there seemed to be no race with such a body. Could it be a race that had never appeared? The divine soul that the other party had condensed had the same appearance as a human. It had a head, a body, 2 arms, and 2 legs. However, its head was longer, and its hair was thick and hard. It looked like seaweed, but also like cold snakes. It had 2 eyes, but unlike humans, the eyes of humans were horizontal, while its eyes were vertical. It looked very strange. It did not seem to have a nose. Its mouth should be very big. It curved from the left cheek to the right cheek. Just its mouth alone took up half of its face. This kind of appearance was really very strange. Moreover, it contained an indescribable feeling of evil. Just looking at it would make people have nightmares. The other party's arms were also longer than normal, especially its hands. One of them was slender, and the fingers were sharp like claws. The other hand was thicker, and the back of the hand was covered with a layer of cracked armor. Its legs were slightly bent, and it seemed to be very good at running, jumping, and exploding. Of course, because it was a spirit, it did not look as clear as a real body. He could not find it. Chunzong searched Sword Master Dong Ting's memories and found that he could not find a race that matched the other party. Of course, Sword Master Dong Ting wasn't omnipotent. In the blink of an eye, his opponent's slender arms reached out and turned into sharp claws, as if to tear Chunzong's spirit body into pieces. Chunzong's spiritual soul almost materialized. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and with a flash of sword light, a sword appeared in his hand. This was within the spirit sea, and he was using his soul to attack. Without the restrictions of his physical body, it felt much smoother. With one strike, Chunzong defeated his opponent's claw. Although this unknown race looked evil and terrifying, it did not have much of an advantage against Chunzong in its divine soul state. Immediately after, the moment the opponent's sharp claws were defeated, the other thick arm shook violently. 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the cracked armor covered it in an instant. Suddenly, a punch was thrown. His spirit sea also seemed to tremble at that moment. That punch was like a meteor crashing down. Its power was extremely tyrannical and shocking. It felt like it could blast everything into pieces. In fact, this unknown race's divine soul was still very powerful. But because Chunzong's divine soul was more special than most cultivators of the same level, the opponent couldn't gain the upper hand. If it was Suowan, she would have been crushed. Divine soul had always been one of Chunzong's advantages. The battle in the Spirit Sea world was evenly matched at first, but then the opponent was slowly suppressed by Chunzong, and then it became a crushing defeat. No. The unknown race also realized that he had chosen the wrong person. If he had known, he would have chosen Suowan. Now, it was too late for regrets. Once such a top prodigy grew up, it was bound to be an obstacle to the Sacred Clan's plan. Evil God, reincarnation, divine soul, reversal. Even if his plan failed this time, he had to kill this person. Otherwise, it would definitely affect the Sacred Clan's plan. Without hesitation, the unknown race used a divine soul secret technique to reverse the power of the divine soul, instantly compressing it and detonating it. If the divine soul was detonated here, it would definitely cause terrible damage to Chunzong. If the divine soul was injured, it would be very difficult to recover. It would also affect one's foundation, which would be very detrimental to one's future cultivation. The other party's desperate move was also within Chun Zong's expectations, and he had a strategy to deal with it. However, when Chun Zong was about to respond, a strange black shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. That black shadow seemed to be a stream of air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human figure. Its entire body was pitch black, so dark that it seemed to be void. As soon as it appeared, Chun Zongxian felt an indescribable palpitation in his heart. It was as if this black shadow was a natural enemy, a great threat to him. The black shadow did not seem to care at all. From the human figure, it continued to expand and turned into a black net, enveloping the divine soul of the unknown race who was about to self-detonate. Then, it quickly shrank to a point. In the next breath, with a boom, the black shadow expanded like a balloon being blown up, and then quickly shriveled. The black shadow burped as if it had eaten its fill. Chun Zong found that the black shadow seemed to have become more solid from its illusory state. Immediately, the black shadow condensed into a human figure, a pair of eyes emitting a ray of red light, staring at Chun Zong. While Chun Zong was fully on guard, the black shadow retreated in an instant. Hee ha ha ha. Your body will be mine sooner or later. Mine. With a burst of sharp and strange laughter, the black shadow disappeared in front of Chun Zong's eyes. Only the echoes lingered, making people panic. Chun Zong quickly chased after it, but he could not catch up. He searched quickly, but he could not find it either. His heart sank. It should be known that this was his divine sea, which was under his control. But now, a strange black shadow had mixed in. It also had intelligence and could eat the self-detonate soul. It was simply terrifying. This kind of strange thing existed in his divine sea. It was not a good thing. However, no matter how hard Chun Zong searched, he could not find the trace of the strange black shadow. There was no trace at all. Chun Zong had no choice but to give up for the time being. But in the future, he must be more careful. Maybe at any time, the strange black shadow would appear and attack his divine soul. Brother Chun? Su Wan stood not far away and watched with a dignified expression. It's done. Chun Zong smiled slightly, making Su Wan breathe a sigh of relief. But Chun Zong's heart was heavy. First, the unknown race. He did not know what race it was. The few words that the other party said before made Chun Zong have a very bad feeling. The other party's words, what human race, foreign race, it did not sound like it was a known foreign race. The void was very big. It was normal for there to be foreign races that had not been discovered. But obviously, this unknown race did not have good intentions and seemed to be preparing to attack the human race. This was different. The other was the strange black shadow that appeared and disappeared abruptly in his spirit sea. Brother Su, after we go back, we should investigate the Yu family and see if we can find anything strange. Chun Zong temporarily suppressed the seriousness in his heart and said to Su Wan. Su Wan also realized that the matter was not simple and nodded with a serious expression. After the two of them recovered their strength, they quickly left the secret realm and sealed it again. Chun Zong also recorded the location of the secret realm on his astrolabe. After all, there was still some black scale race in this secret realm. They could continue to kill and skin them. The value was not low. Chun Zong, who was in a hurry because he did not have void coins to buy void flaming crystals, knew very well that void coins and void flaming crystals should be stored more. There were always benefits and no disadvantages. After leaving the secret realm seal, Chun Zong took out the escaped flying ship. The two of them entered, started the flying ship, and immediately left. The flying ship's speed kept increasing and finally reached the advanced level. Then, it started to travel through the void. One travel took 10 years, and they headed in the direction of the Yuan sect. With the escaped flying ship, the time to reach the Yuan sect would only be much faster than Su Wan's own. In the escaped flying ship, Chun Zong continued to search the divine sea. Come out. Unable to find it, Chun Zong planned to call the other party out. You can hear my voice, right? However, The divine sea was empty. There was no other sound, and no figure appeared. It was as if it could not hear him. However, Chunzong was sure that the black shadow could hear his voice. The reason why it did not appear was that the other party did not want to appear. Was it not confident? Or did it not want to pay attention? Chunzong did not know, but he was sure that the other party would not do him any good. Since you have your eyes on me, come out and fight. Chunzong spoke again. Is it useful to be like a coward? Even so, there was still no response. He tried again and again, but there was no response. In the end, Chunzong could only give up again. Of course, it was only temporary. Not long after, the escaped flying ship arrived at the periphery of the Yuan planet and slowly slowed down. With Su Wan's identity, the escaped flying ship was not stopped and directly entered the Thousand Forms array. This time, Chunzong could clearly feel the power of this array. It was very shocking. Most Dao manipulation realm cultivators would not be able to resist it. However, the escaped flying ship should be able to resist it. With the escaped flying ship, Chunzong and Su Wan quickly landed and descended into the territory of the Yuan sect on the Yuan planet. Chunzong and Su Wan appeared outside the flying ship. The flying ship was also put into the Nine Heavens ring by Chunzong. It was impossible to tell the level of the escaped flying ship from its appearance, so it did not attract much attention. Returning to the Yuan sect, Su Wan had an indescribable joy and excitement in her heart. She had obtained a treasure of considerable value. She was very confident that she could stand out in this godson competition and surpass the other 5 godson. Chapter 21:14. Back then, when Chunzong came to the Yuan planet, he was only at the demigod level. He was very weak for a galactic level force. The second time he came, Yuan sect was still Yuan sect. There shouldn't be much change. However, he was completely different. He had broken through from the demigod level to the imminent god level and reached the second transformation of the Dao controlling realm. His strength was far beyond the second transformation of the Dao controlling realm. He could even fight a 7th or 8th transformation of the Dao controlling realm. His level was different, so was his mentality. This time, he didn't have the solemnity from the last time. There was only calmness from the bottom of his heart. Even if a Yuan sect made trouble, he had enough strength to deal with it. In the worst case, he still had the escapee. In the worst case, he still had the identity of a true disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace. Now, it was different from the past. Brother Su, is Yin Jun here? Chunzong asked. Yin Jun. Su Wan was a little stunned. Her face flashed with understanding. She seemed to know that Chunzong wanted to find Yin Jun. After all, Chunzong and Yin Jun didn't have any relationship. On the contrary, Yin Jun tried to oppress Chunzong and interrupted Chunzong's state of comprehension. This was more or less a grudge. Chunzong's goal was to end this grudge. Let me ask. Su Wan immediately said. Soon he got a reply. Yin Jun is here. He's in a Yuan palace. A Yuan palace was the main palace of a Yuan sect. Under Su Wan's lead, the two immediately went to a Yuan palace. Chunzong was the foreign aide invited by Su Wan. Naturally, he was qualified to step into a Yuan palace. Of course, if Chunzong showed his identity, the Yuan sect's leader would have to come out and greet him. However, under normal circumstances, Chunzong didn't plan to use his background to oppress people. Because no matter how big his background was, it wasn't as important as his own strength. When there was a major conflict or grudge, he would put aside his background and scruples and kill the other party first. As for the rest, it was a matter of the future. In the past, Chunzong had encountered many opponents who were more powerful than him. However, if they were a real threat to him, he would kill them without hesitation. Background was only useful when some conflicts had not escalated to the point of being irreconcilable. Of course, Chunzong was not a pedantic person. He knew how to use his background to oppress others. Yin Jun was present in the first Yuan Hall. There was also a middle-aged man whose aura had reached the 5th revolution Dao manipulation realm. He was the external aide that Yin Jun had invited. In addition, there were other spirit realm experts in Yuan Palace. Chunzong sensed that there were 2 9-turn Dao controlling realm experts and 3 8-turn Dao controlling realm experts. They were the 2 vice sect masters and the 3 palace masters of Yuan's sect. Finally, there was another godson, the godson from the mysterious palace and the foreign aide she had invited. All of them were in the Dao manipulation realm. When Su Luan and Chunzong entered, their gazes swept over and finally fell on Chunzong. However, Chunzong's aura was restrained and difficult to sense. There was a kind of secrecy that made people secretly afraid. There was no doubt that this person was in the Dao manipulation realm. However, it was impossible to tell which revolution he was in. However, to be able to be so calm in front of so many Dao manipulation realm experts, he was definitely not weak. Yin Jun, however, narrowed his eyes. His face was solemn, but his heart was filled with astonishment. How long had it been? And this person was already in the Dao manipulation realm. Yin Jun, you interrupted my comprehension back then. Today, I will return the favor. Chunzong's gaze swept over and looked at Yin Jun as he spoke. Humph, I am not afraid of 10 swords, let alone 1. Yin Jun sneered. So what if he had broken through to the Dao manipulation realm? At best, he was only in the first revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. He was now in the second revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. His strength was comparable to an ordinary third revolution of the Dao manipulation realm. However, when he said that, he caught a glimpse of a strange smile flashing across Su Luan's face. There seemed to be a trace of mockery and pity in the depths of her eyes. Yinjun did not understand what was going on. Indeed, in Su Luan's ears, Yinjun's words were really ignorant. Of course, it was also because Yinjun did not know Chunzong's true strength. If he knew Chunzong's true strength, who knew if he could still face him without changing his expression? Therefore, Su Luan felt pity. 1 sword is enough to deal with you. Chunzong smiled slightly. He did not mean to look down on Yinjun. More or less, Yinjun was also considered genius. If he had not suppressed him and deliberately interrupted his comprehension, Chunzong would not have found trouble with him. The 2 vice sect leaders and the 3 palace lords did not say anything. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. From their point of view, as long as there was no serious injury to life or death, it did not matter. Moreover, it seemed that Yin Jun had once interrupted the other party's comprehension. That was a taboo. Now, it was reasonable that the other party wanted to return the sword. Without making a move, Chunzong attacked. With a flash of sword light, he instantly broke through the air and attacked Yinjun. Chunzong did not use his full strength, because he did not want to kill Yinjun. He only wanted to return the sword and teach him a lesson. When Chunzong attacked without warning, the moment the sword light flashed, Yinjun only felt a flash of light in front of him. It was incomparably bright and dazzling. It was like the light from the explosion of the void. It was incomparably dazzling and terrifying. An extremely strong feeling of horror suddenly spread from the deepest part of his heart and exploded in an instant. With a loud shout, Yinjun immediately used his full strength. When he was about to draw his sword, he was a step too slow. His hand had only just touched the hilt of the sword. Before he could grasp it tightly, he felt an extremely terrifying sword chi pierce through his body and explode in his body. It rapidly spread out, as if he was being sliced by 10,000 swords. It was incomparably painful and directly invaded his soul. Yinjun could not help but scream. His face was ghastly pale and his body twitched. However, he did not die. The Sword Palace Lord's figure flashed and immediately appeared beside Yinjun. He immediately reached out and grabbed Yinjun's shoulder. Under the circulation of his power, he helped Yinjun expel the sword chi that had invaded his body. The strength of a Dao-controlling realmmate was not bad. After 10 breaths, the sword chi was expelled. However, Yinjun's face was pale and his body was weak. He could faintly feel waves of tearing pain spreading in his body. Young friend, your attack was a bit too heavy. The Sword Palace Lord's gaze was cold and sharp. A gust of awe-inspiring sword intent also spread. Are you going to stand up for him? Facing the awe-inspiring sword intent, Chunzong's expression did not change. Instead, he showed a smile and asked neither too fast nor too slow. "Stop first." A vice hierarch spoke. Then, he looked at Su Luan and asked, "Su Luan, what is going on?" Su Luan immediately recounted what had happened in the past without any bias. "Since there was a grudge, today I will return it with a sword. The grudge is settled," the vice hierarch immediately said. Then, he looked at Chunzong and asked, "Young friend, are you Chunzong who joined Dongting Sword Mountain?" Being able to defeat Yin Zhen with one sword meant that this person was very strong. He was at least a Dao controlling Realm 4. He was so young and so powerful. He must have a very high background. From Su Luan's words, he learned Chunzong's name and combined it together. He could immediately make a deduction. Dongting Sword Mountain was a powerful force that was far stronger than the Yuan sect. Even if there were rumors that the Dongting Sword Mountain seemed to be in a bad situation, the Yuan sect could not be compared to it. Therefore, before there was an absolute grudge, the Yuan sect could not offend Chunzong. It would not benefit a Yuan sect at all. Chunzong did not expect that the identity of Dongting Sword Mountain disciple that he did not want to admit was so useful. What if he was a true disciple of Etion Palace? After Yin Zhen took the pill, he gradually recovered. However, when he looked at Chunzong, there was a flicker in his eyes and a trace of undetectable fear. Of course, there was also unwillingness and so on. But so what? That sword could be considered to have ended a small grudge from back then. It was also because of Su Luan. After all, Su Luan was the godson of the Yuan sect and could be considered his friend. He had to give him some face. If Yin Zhen wanted to seek revenge again, he would be directly sent to hell. Without any reason, Yin Zhen felt a burst of cold, as if it was coming from the deepest part of his heart. However, he could not find the source. Since the grudge was settled, Chunzong did not look at Yin Zhen anymore. There was no need to pay too much attention to someone who could be killed with one sword. Next was the main event. It was the fight between the godson. The Yuan sect had 6 godson. They were fighting each other and had reached the final critical moment, which was the final step. Now, 3 of the godson had obtained the treasure that they thought was the most valuable. As for the other 3, they had not returned yet. However, this did not prevent them from appraising the treasure now. "I'll go first." After Yin Zhen took the pill to recover, he immediately took out the treasure he had obtained. It was a sword, an extraordinary sword. It was a weapon used by eminent deity powerhouses. The weapons used by eminent deity powerhouses were also divided into 5 grades. The lowest grade was a mortal artifact corresponding to the Dao controlling realm, followed by a spiritual artifact corresponding to the Yuan underworld realm, and then a divine artifact corresponding to the transcendent realm. This is a pseudo-spiritual artifact. A deputy sect master took it and studied it carefully. He was immediately shocked. There were relatively few weapons and treasures suitable for eminent deities. Not everyone had one. Some Dao controlling realm cultivators did not have one, while some Yuan underworld realm cultivators used mortal artifacts instead of spiritual artifacts. Of course, as a nebula grade force, the Yuan sect naturally had spiritual artifacts, but they were very few. A pseudo-spiritual artifact was very valuable. That's right. It is indeed a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Yin Zhen revealed a smile. It could be said that he had gone bankrupt in order to obtain this pseudo-spiritual divine tool. He had paid an extremely high price for it. Su Luan was secretly shocked, but at the same time, he was relieved. Fortunately, he had obtained Chunzong's help. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say whether he would have been able to defeat Yin Zhen. It was very clear now. The purple-scaled fruit was a mid-grade divine medicine that corresponded to the Yuan underworld realm. It was also a mutant fruit. Its value was definitely higher than a pseudo-spiritual artifact. Only a true spiritual artifact could compare. Chapter 21:15. Thank you, Brother Chun. Su Luan raised a glass of wine. His tone was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Chunzong, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the purple scale fruit, nor would he have been able to suppress Yin Jun and the other godson. Of course, the other 3 godson hadn't returned yet. It was still unknown what kind of treasures they would bring. However, Su Luan was confident that even if his purple scale fruit wasn't the most valuable, it wouldn't be the least valuable either. Even if he couldn't become a sect leader candidate, he could at least become a vice sect leader candidate. Of course, it would be best if he could become a sect leader candidate. At this point, he had already tried his best. He didn't need to think too much. Next, he should focus on cultivating and increasing his strength. After witnessing Chun Zong's shocking strength, Su Luan was greatly affected. Now, he sorted out his emotions and worked hard to cultivate. Even if he couldn't be compared to Chun Zong, he had to at least become stronger. Brother Su, I'm preparing to go to the secret realm again. Do you want to come with me? Chun Zong raised his glass and asked after drinking it. There were still some black scale tribe living in the secret realm. Their scales were quite valuable. In addition, there were also scale blade grass and thousand scale stone. With his strength, entering the secret realm was equivalent to obtaining those treasures for free. Why not? No. Su Luan shook his head. He knew very well that even if he went with them, he wouldn't be a match for the black scale tribe. He could only rely on Chun Zong. However, if Brother Chun wants to sell those materials, you can find a Yuan sect. The price is fair. Also, Brother Chun, you have to act fast. Soon, I plan to report this secret realm to the sect. All right. Chun Zong smiled and stood up to leave. Su Luan sent Chun Zong out of a Yuan star. After the escape ship flew out of a Yuan star, its speed quickly increased to the maximum, and it started to travel through space. After all, Su Luan was the one who found this secret realm. If he reported it to the sect, it would be a great contribution. Unfortunately, the fight between the Yuan sect's godsons was about taking back the treasure and not about information. Otherwise, he would have directly reported the secret realm, and Su Luan would have definitely become a candidate for the sect leader. Chun Zong realized how convenient it was to have the evanescent. He was very satisfied with his trip to the desolate Dragon Star. Therefore, he was grateful to Bai Mei and the other man who had invited him to the desolate Dragon Star. Unfortunately, they weren't in the Yuan Star this time. They had gone to other stars to carry out missions and train themselves. They were preparing to break through to the spirit realm as soon as possible. Not long after, Chun Zong arrived and entered the secret realm again. Some of the black scale fruits that had not ripened before had also ripened and could be harvested for consumption. However, there were still some black scale tribe members that had not ripened yet. Chun Zong planned to kill a wave of them first and clean up all the black scale tribe members in the secret territory before coming back to see if the fruits had ripened yet. As for the ripened fruits, Chun Zong ate them all and refined them. His world god body had also been upgraded, gradually approaching the peak of the second transformation. After the previous incident, the rank 9 and rank 8 black scale clansmen were all dead. Only a few rank 7 black scale clansmen and some rank 6, 5, and 4 black scale clansmen survived. 10,000 swords returned to origin. A sword slashed out. However, it was combined with the sword principal field domain, which made the sword more powerful. When Chun Zong had created the 10,000 swords return to origin, he hadn't thought about this. Only when he was fighting against the rank 7 black scale tribe members that Yu Tianming had occupied. Under the pressure, he had accidentally combined the sword principal field domain and the 10,000 swords returned to origin. He hadn't expected that it would be so good. It felt like he had completed the 10,000 swords return to origin. It also felt like he had found another application for the sword principal field domain. In other words, the 10,000 swords return to origin without the sword principal field domain was just an ordinary, incomplete 10,000 swords return to origin. However, the 10,000 swords return to origin with the sword principal field domain was the complete 10,000 swords return to origin. The difference in power was twice. If the incomplete 10,000 swords return to origin's power was 1, then the complete 10,000 swords return to origin's power would be 2, which was even more powerful. Unfortunately, the sword principal field domain could only cover 100 meters. Beyond that, the power would drop to the ordinary level. However, it was too difficult to improve the sword principal field domain. Many Dao manipulation realm cultivators couldn't master the martial principal field domain. Even many Yuan Ming realm cultivators couldn't master it. However, Chunzong could master it now and reach 100 meters. It was simply amazing. Under the cover of the sword principal field domain, Chunzong was confident that he could fight against a rank 8 Dao manipulation realm cultivator when he fully unleashed his combat power. Of course, he wasn't a genius rank 8 Dao manipulation realm cultivator who could fight above their level. However, Chunzong's current cultivation was only at rank 2 Dao manipulation realm. With such strength and superb sword techniques, the Black Scale tribe was no match for him at all. If Chunzong hadn't wanted to experiment with sword moves, they would have been slaughtered long ago. Even so, it didn't take long for him to kill them all. He was familiar with skinning and taking away the remaining materials and resources that could be taken away. Immediately, Chunzong left the secret realm because it wouldn't be long before this secret realm belonged to the unitary sect. Of course, Chunzong could also take this secret realm for himself as a true disciple of the Heavenly Intention Palace, and the unitary sect wouldn't dare to have any dissatisfaction. However, this secret realm didn't have much value after losing the Black Scale tribe, and so on. After the massacre, Chunzong became more proficient in the application of 10,000 swords. The creation of sword techniques had to be experienced in actual combat, especially in life-and-death battles, because in a life-and-death battle, you didn't have much time to think about what to do next. Everything was done in a flash. Therefore, combat experience and combat talent were extremely important. They could make the most effective response in the shortest time possible. Combat talent was innate and difficult to change, but combat experience could. That was to fight more often, especially in high-intensity battles and life-and-death battles. In this way, you could hone yourself and adapt to the situation, even turning it into an instinct. Chunzong entered the escapee and started flying, while he calmed down and slowly comprehended. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared out of nowhere and directly entered Chunzong's spirit and was absorbed by Chunzong. This sudden piece of information contained a memory. The content of this memory instantly made Chunzong's eyes widen, but his pupils contracted instantly, and he couldn't hide the shock on his face. Evil God Tribe, Evil God Reincarnation. However, Chunzong quickly determined that these memories should be the memories of the unknown tribe that he had killed previously. Evil God Tribe. What tribe was that? It seemed that among the hundreds of foreign tribes in the void, there wasn't a tribe called the Evil God Tribe. There wasn't much information in this memory, only the name and some characteristics of that tribe. For example, the Evil God Claw and Evil God Arm reminded Chunzong of the previous battle. The Evil God Tribe's spirit body used martial arts, with a slender arm as a sharp claw and a thicker arm as a fist. However, there was no information about the origin of this Evil God Tribe. However, part of the plan was recorded in the memories of this Evil God Tribe. That was to use the method of the Evil God Reincarnation to take over the bodies of humans and try their best to become the upper echelons of the human race in various factions, wielding authority. Then they would wait for an opportunity to summon more members of the Evil God Tribe. For example, the Evil God Tribe that he had killed had first taken over the body of a Yu clan disciple, and then Yu Qiuming's body. Now, they had set their sights on the unitary sect. This was because the unitary sect was the strongest in the unitary star system. However, it was too difficult to directly take over the Palace Master, Vice Sect Master, and Sect Master of the unitary sect. The possibility of failure was very high, and they wouldn't allow it. Hence, they targeted the Sixth Godson. Coincidentally, Su Luan was searching for information about treasures and was targeted. Coincidentally, the Evil God Tribe also found the Black Scale race's secret realm. Hence, the plan was formed. They would use the Evil God Reincarnation to take over Su Luan's body and then use Su Luan's identity to infiltrate the unitary sect. They would then find an opportunity to come into contact with the palace master or vice sect master and take over their bodies. Then, they would come into contact with the sect master and take over again. Step by step, they were incomparably vigilant. This was because failure was not allowed. Once they failed, the plan would be gone, and it would affect the evil god tribe's grand plan. If they couldn't take over the bodies of the unitary sects, sect master, and the others, then they would have to rely on their status as godson to obtain greater authority. Of course, the Blackscale race's secret realm was also a very important link. The Blackscale race members inside were equally important, especially their flesh and blood. After killing those Blackscale race members, they would use their flesh and blood to set up the evil god tribe's welcoming altar. This would allow the other members of the evil god tribe to descend into the secret realm. Then, they would lure the unitary sect's disciples in and reincarnate and take over their bodies one by one. Finally, the unitary sect would be completely infiltrated and become a stronghold for the evil god tribe. They would be able to descend on a larger scale. The information in this memory shocked Chunzong. This method was too strange. Furthermore, it seemed that no one in the unitary star system had noticed it. Naturally, the information in the memory also mentioned other things. For example, in other star systems and so on. The evil god tribe's plan was to bloom in many places and not put all their eggs in one basket. If any of the plans failed, wouldn't they lose everything? Of course, it would be best to ensure that every plan succeeded. Only then would the evil god tribe be able to enter this place at a faster speed and develop rapidly until they occupied this void. What is the origin of the evil god tribe? Chunzong's consciousness appeared in his spirit sea and asked. Chunzong was sure that this memory did not appear out of thin air. It was given to him by that strange black shadow. After all, it was the black shadow that had swallowed the evil god tribe's self-detonating divine soul back then. Therefore, it was very reasonable for Chunzong to ask about that strange black shadow. There was nothing wrong with it. However, the black shadow did not answer. It seemed that it was unwilling to pay attention to Chunzong. Left with no choice, Chunzong could only withdraw from his consciousness. When Chunzong's consciousness withdrew, an extremely subtle and strange laughter seemed to ring out somewhere in his spirit sea. In the void escape, Chunzong carefully searched and sorted out his memories. Then he immediately steered the void escape in the direction of the unitary star again. The feeling that came from the bottom of his heart was that the evil god tribe was not a small matter. It was a big matter and had to be told. Within the unitary star, the best target was undoubtedly the unitary sect. Then the unitary sect would secretly spread the news to other forces and so on. Chapter 21:16. I don't know if you noticed, but the updates a few days ago were timed because the 6th out took Lu Sa and Xiao Lu Dao to Guangzhou and Zhuhai for sightseeing. Mountain River star Chu family. Chu Shana walked out of the family's secret chamber in high spirits. Powerful aura fluctuated around him. Peak of the demigod level. A few years ago, after being provoked by Chunzong, Chu Shanha decided to resign from the position of the Mountain River Hall Master in the second city of world suppression. He returned to the Chu family and focused on cultivating in seclusion to improve himself. With Chu Shana's determination, the Chu family naturally did their best to cooperate with him, providing him with the resources he needed for his cultivation. Finally, Chu Shana managed to raise his cultivation to the pinnacle of demigod rank. Next, he would break through to the imminent god realm. However, it wasn't easy to break through to the imminent god realm. Chu Shana planned to rest for a while after coming out of seclusion. He would take the opportunity to learn more and make sufficient preparations before breaking through to the imminent god realm. He wouldn't be able to bear the cost of failure. No amount of preparation would be too much for the imminent god realm. Chunzong, I should be able to surpass you now. Chu Shanha was high-spirited. Even if I can't, I will break through to the imminent god realm before you. Because he thought of Chunzong as an imaginary enemy, Chu Shanha kept cultivating in seclusion. He endured the boredom and almost went crazy. It was precisely because of this that he was able to make such great progress. Chu Shanhe excitedly went to find his father, who was the head of the family. Then, he learned that Chunzong had come not long ago. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Chunzong was already a spirit realm warrior, and he was so powerful that even a few spirit realm warriors in the Chu family were afraid of him. In the end, they had no choice but to pay him 13 million void coins in humiliation. 13 million void coins. Humiliation. This news was fatal to Chu Shanhe, who had just come out of seclusion and was in high spirits. In an instant, Chu Shanhe's expression changed, as if he was playing with a superb skill of face-changing. In the next breath, it was as if he had been ruthlessly struck in the chest by a giant hammer. A mouthful of blood spurted out like a fountain. Shanhe, the head of the Chu family, was shocked. He had never imagined that the blow would be so great. Actually, Chu Shanhe wasn't injured. It was just that the blow he received was too great. He lost control of his emotions and spat out blood. After that, Chu Shanhe's face turned ashen, as if he had been played to death. His entire person was lifeless. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and a figure walked in. Chu Shanhe's turbid eyes only glanced at the person and did not pay him any attention because the person was a servant of the Chu clan. However, the slow-witted Chu Shanhe didn't notice that the servant's expression was a little strange. It seemed like he was laughing, somewhat excitedly. "Young Master Chu, do you wish to obtain even greater power?" The servant suddenly spoke, his voice directly entering Chu Shanhe's ears. Hearing the word power, Chu Shanhe's eyes lit up as if he had seen hope. "If you want to obtain greater power, you only need to do this." That servant didn't give Chu Shanhe any chance to ask. Instantly, he tossed out an inheritance spiritual jade. In the next instant, that servant's silhouette flickered, disappearing from sight. It was as if he had never existed. Chu Shanhe was in a trance. He didn't know if it was an illusion or reality. However, when he saw the inheritance spiritual jade in his hand, he was sure that it was real. Clenching his teeth, under the temptation of greater power, Chu Shanhe poured his consciousness into the inheritance spiritual jade. Immediately, pieces of information flowed into his mind. After a moment, Chu Shanhe's pale complexion returned to normal. There was even a hint of redness caused by excitement. A trace of madness appeared in the depths of his eyes, slowly condensing. "Chunzong, in order to obtain power that surpasses yours, not to mention sacrificing 1,000 people, even if it's 10,000 or 100,000 people, I won't hesitate." Chu Shanhe suppressed his voice, roaring like a trapped beast. The sect master of the Yuan sect on the Yuan planet, who was rarely seen, had appeared. He immediately summoned the 2 vice sect masters, 3 palace masters, a group of elders, and the disciples of the sect. Everyone was very surprised. Wasn't the sect leader in seclusion? Why did he suddenly appear? Could it be that something had happened? "Everyone, get ready to welcome the arrival of the true disciple of the heavenly palace." The sect leader gathered everyone and said with a smile. Just now, someone had sent him a message saying that a true disciple of the heavenly palace had come to visit. As the sect leader, he naturally had to come out and greet them. This was also the order that the sect leader had personally given to the people guarding the array. If the visitor's status was high, they had to inform him directly. A true disciple of the heavenly palace? Everyone, including the vice sect leader, was surprised and puzzled. A true disciple of the heavenly palace. There was too little information in the 4 words, so they couldn't think of anything at once. However, from the sect leader's appearance and the smile on his face, they could infer that the true disciple of the heavenly palace was amazing. It was at least a true disciple of a cosmic realm level force. If it was just a cosmic realm level force, there was no need for the sect leader to come out personally. Moreover, if it was just an ordinary cosmic realm level force, the sect leader wouldn't do this either. That's right, it's a true disciple of the heavenly palace. The sect leader smiled. Heavenly palace. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had all been petrified. Heavenly palace. Anyone with a bit of knowledge wouldn't know that the heavenly palace was the strongest force in the void. It was an unparalleled existence. For a time, everyone's heart was surging like a raging sea. They were shocked to the extreme. The heavenly palace was so powerful that it was said that its true disciples were at least at the Tao controlling realm. Moreover, those who weren't geniuses weren't qualified to become a true disciple. As for Yuan underworld cultivators, they weren't qualified to become elders in the heavenly palace. They were still considered disciples, but in the Unorigin sect, they were the sect leader. To a certain extent, a true disciple of a sacred ground like the heavenly palace had a higher status in the void than some cosmic realm-level forces. Now that a true disciple of the heavenly palace had come to visit, how could they not be shocked? Naturally, the sect leader had to come out personally. One had to know that ever since the founding of the Unorigin sect, there had never been a true disciple of a sacred ground like the heavenly palace. This was the first time that a true disciple of a sacred ground like the heavenly palace had come to visit. Since that was the case, the Unorigin sect had to take out the highest standard to receive him. It was best if the sect leader, vice sect leader, palace master, elders, and all the other important personnel were present. This kind of reception was the most sincere. Soon, with the sect leader taking the lead, they all went outside the Unorigin sect to welcome the arrival of the heavenly palace's true disciple. Not long after, a void flying ship slowly approached. Is that the flying ship of the heavenly palace's true disciple? It's really extraordinary. This is what a vice sect leader said. Indeed, it looks simple, but in fact, it has a kind of restraint like a restrained divine light. Another vice sect leader sighed. The void flying ship's appearance was indeed not bad. After all, it was a top-grade flying ship. However, one couldn't tell anything from its appearance. The two vice sect leaders' words were more or less flattering. Little did they know that Su Wan's expression was very strange. That flying ship, wasn't it the void flying ship? The others didn't know because they hadn't seen it before, but she had taken it several times. The owner of the void flying ship was Chunzong. For a moment, Su Wan's mind spun rapidly, but she found that there was a feeling of confusion. Wasn't Brother Chen a disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain? Could it be that the flying ship in front of her was not the void flying ship, but a void flying ship that looked very similar to the void flying ship? This was not impossible. However, when the flying boat landed and the people inside walked out, Su Wan was completely stunned. The two vice sect leaders, the three palace masters, and Yin Zhen's two godson were also stunned. Only the sect leader stepped forward with a smile on his face. He said, "When I was cultivating, I suddenly felt waves of heavenly music lingering around. I thought I was about to break through. I didn't expect it to be the arrival of the heavenly palace's true disciple." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched slightly. What heavenly music lingering around? Of course, this was also an exaggeration. It's an honor for the heavenly palace's true disciple to come to my small Unorigin sect. The Unorigin sect leader didn't think about anything else at all. He was full of smiles and incomparable enthusiasm. He didn't look like the leader of a sect, but more like a big businessman. There were all kinds of strange things in life. It wasn't surprising that the Unorigin sect leader was like this. At this time, the vice sect leaders and palace masters should immediately come up and greet with the sect leader. But why didn't they do so? Looking back, the Unorigin sect leader saw the strange expressions of the vice sect leaders and palace masters. He was annoyed. How could they drop the ball at such a critical time? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for the Unorigin sect? If the heavenly palace's true disciple had a bad temper and was narrow-minded, it wouldn't be good for the Unorigin sect at all. On the contrary, it would be a disaster. Sect leader, you don't have to be so polite. I'm a good friend of your sect's, Su Wan. Chunzong smiled and said, "In addition, I just left the Unorigin sect not long ago. Because I didn't announce my identity before, they don't know. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Chun, and my name is Chunzong. I was once a disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain, but due to certain reasons, I was forced to leave the mountain. By chance, I am now the fifth disciple of the Tao of Heart from the Heavenly Will Palace, Chunzong said. A simple sentence revealed Chunzong's true identity. Suwan and the others were enlightened. So that's how it was. The difference between a disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain and a true disciple was two different things. The difference between a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace and a true disciple of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain was two different things. As for the difference between a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace and a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace, most of them weren't clear about it, but the sect leader seemed to know about it. Thus, after hearing Chunzong's words, there was an indescribable ecstasy in his heart, because the person who came to visit this time really had an extraordinary identity. Suwan was even more grateful, and she had an even greater realization. No wonder Chunzong was so strong. He was a true disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace. In fact, the reason why Chunzong revealed his identity was because he felt that the matter of the evil god tribe wasn't a small matter. If his status wasn't high enough, his words wouldn't be convincing enough. Chapter 21:17. In the memories of the evil god tribe, the Yuan sect had not been infiltrated. Otherwise, there would be no need to make those plans. Therefore, to Chunzong, the Yuan sect was a very good partner. Chunzong felt that if he was not careful, it might affect a very large area. He had already unknowingly participated in this matter and could not stay out of it. Since that was the case, he took the initiative to face the difficulties and do his best to get rid of this so-called evil god tribe. As for righteousness and the like, Chunzong did not consider that. It was only because of the feeling in his heart that Chunzong knew that he could not escape. With Su Luan on the side, as proof and the sign of a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, the Yuan sect master believed in Chunzong's words. As for the matter of Chunzong pretending to be a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace, Chunzong had already shown his identity. That was a true disciple token belonging to the Will Heavenly Palace and could not be faked. Of course, no one dared to pretend to be a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Therefore, after listening to Chunzong's explanation, the Yuan sect master immediately waved his hand and got the Yuan sect to move quickly. They began to investigate the changes in the various forces under the Yuan sect through secret channels. As long as there were some relatively special changes, they had to be secretly investigated and eliminated. For example, if there was a great change in temperament, or if their whereabouts were uncertain, and so on. This was undoubtedly a very complicated task that required a lot of people, time, and energy, but they had no choice. This was because the target of the so-called evil god tribe was the Yuan sect. When it concerned their own safety, it was impossible to not mobilize all their forces. Of course, it was also because in the memories obtained by Chunzong, the operation plans of the evil god tribe were often targeted at those with a certain status and power. Therefore, the targets of the investigation were first concentrated on the more important members of the various forces. Next, the less important personnel would be investigated layer by layer. Doing this was undoubtedly the most efficient method, but it would also increase the difficulty if it was not detected. For a time, it seemed like a normal transfer of personnel on the surface, but in the dark, it was like surging waves. It was like the depths of the ocean. It seemed calm, but in fact, there were undercurrents surging. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as still water currents. The Unitary Sect was a galactic-level force that ruled over 2 galaxies. It was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. Naturally, there was also a huge power hidden in the dark. At this moment, this huge power was fully activated, monitoring everywhere. The spies planted in the various forces also began to take action. As for Chunzong, he stayed on the Yuan planet to cultivate. He wasn't very good at scouting. Of course, if he wanted to make a move, he wouldn't be any worse than those who had undergone professional training. This was because he had the ability to sense the heart. Professionals should do their jobs professionally. As for himself, he should focus on increasing his strength so that he could take action. Time slowly passed. The spies of the Unitary Sect had indeed found some strange people. However, In the end, they were certain that they were not from the evil god tribe. In this way, Chunzong had seen some dirty things. As of now, only Chunzong could determine that the other party had been possessed by the evil god tribe. Moreover, he had to come into close contact with the other party and carefully sense the other party's aura. After the evil god tribe reincarnated and possessed the body, the soul's essence was still that of the evil god tribe. Chunzong had obtained the memories of the evil god tribe. In addition, after activating the heart's perception, he could sense it. If the distance was slightly further, Chunzong wouldn't be able to sense it at the moment. It was hidden too deeply. It could only be said that the evil god tribe's evil god reincarnation secret technique was too brilliant. After confirming that it was not the evil god tribe again, Chunzong couldn't help but rub his forehead. This was the 9th time. Chunzong couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He was really busy. After receiving the news, he had immediately set off on the escape ship and arrived at the fastest speed. Then, he had come into close contact with the target and repeatedly sensed it. Finally, he determined whether the other party had been possessed by the evil god tribe. Moreover, he had to try his best not to be discovered by the other party to avoid alerting them. For a time, this involved most of Chunzong's energy and concentration, causing his cultivation efficiency to greatly decrease. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Although he didn't like it, Chunzong was very clear that this matter was related to him from the moment he entered the Black Scale race's secret realm. However, at that time, if the evil god tribe hadn't tried to possess him, the situation wouldn't have been so serious. Now, it was too late to say anything. In that case, for the sake of the void, he had to put in more effort. In any case, he was also a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace. He more or less had the responsibility to protect the safety of this void. For the time being, he would use such a principle to set off himself. Chunzong found joy in the midst of bitterness. At the same time, the other experts from the Unitary sect also took action. Although Chunzong Sai was the only one who could determine if the other party had been taken over by someone from the evil god tribe at a close distance, the other experts could also observe carefully and repeatedly to make judgments. They would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. Of course, before they were fully confident, they wouldn't act on their own. In this way, they wouldn't put all the pressure on Chunzong. After all, he was only one person. The Chu family was a high-level star rank power. Besides controlling the Mountain River Star, they also controlled several other stars. One of them was called Wanyuan Star, which was a low-level star. Naturally, there was also a stronghold of the Chu family on Wanyuan Star, which was guarded by the Chu family's demigod rank powerhouses. Located on Wanyuan Star, in a huge secret room of the Chu family stronghold, Chu Shanhe was killing some cultivators. Then, he gathered their blood and drew continuously in the secret room. These cultivators were all cultivators from Wanyuan Star. They had nothing to do with the Chu family. No, if they had anything to do with the Chu family, it would be those who secretly opposed the Chu family. The Chu family's management had always been very direct and violent. They were very domineering. It was normal for some people to be dissatisfied. When Chu Shanhe arrived, he moved quickly. He captured a large number of people who dared to oppose the Chu family. Moreover, he kept bringing these people into the secret underground room under the guise of testing martial arts. Regarding this, the Chu family naturally didn't have any objections. After all, they were assigned here because they were members who weren't valued by the family. Now that the young master of the Chu family had arrived, of course they had to cooperate well. They even had to curry favor with him. When the time came, they might be put in an important position. As for whether it was a test or something else, they didn't care. Chu Shanhe continued to draw with his blood, forming a strange matrix-like thing. It's finally done. Chu Shanhe stared at the secret room. The blood-red patterns covered the floor, the surrounding walls, and the ceiling. His pale and cold face revealed a frightening smile. Humiliation. The humiliation of being beaten by Chunzong was something he swore to get back at him. However, Chunzong's talent was too terrifying. Even if he spent all his time and energy on cultivation, he couldn't catch up to him. Instead, the gap between them grew bigger and bigger. It made him feel hopeless. Chunzong, on the other hand, had beaten the Chu family time and time again. He had even humiliated the Chu family. Unknowingly, he had become Chu Shanha's shadow. Of course, he wasn't the first, nor would he be the last. However, Chu Shanha was unwilling to give up. He wanted to surpass Chunzong and return all the humiliation. Since he couldn't do it through normal cultivation, then he would take the unconventional path. Even if he had to pay a price, he wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, the price he had to pay was to kill others, not himself. 1,000 people. Kill 1,000 cultivators. The higher their cultivation, the better. Take their blood as a guide and draw the flesh reincarnation matrix. Then, place their corpses in various places of the matrix. The flesh reincarnation matrix. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't a matrix of the righteous path. It was full of evil and blood. In fact, it was indeed so. A matrix drawn by killing others was not a normal matrix. If it was discovered, it would definitely be destroyed. But now, Chu Shanha couldn't care less. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He deliberately chose a low-level planet like planet Wanyuan. His martial arts level was lower, and it wouldn't be easy to attract attention. Now, the first level of the flesh reincarnation matrix was finally set up. It was only waiting to be activated to strengthen himself. His figure flashed, and Chu Shanha immediately appeared in the flesh reincarnation matrix. He immediately threw out a few drops of his own blood. Using this as a guide, he activated the matrix. The moment the buzzing sound was heard, lines of blood-colored lines also shone. As if they were lit up, they emitted a dazzling red light. The thick smell of blood also spread out. The red light moved like lightning and quickly connected. In the blink of an eye, it was distributed throughout the entire secret chamber. It was completely shining. The 1,000 corpses on the ground kept trembling and stood up straight. The scene was very strange. It was frightening. Even though Chu Shanha had killed thousands of people with his own hands, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. The 1,000 corpses all stood up straight. Then, their empty eyes stared straight at him, as if they were looking for his soul. It was impossible for Chu Shanha not to feel his scalp go numb. He was very worried that the corpses would pounce on him and tear him apart in the next breath. However, what he was worried about didn't happen. As the bright, blood-colored light spread out, it dyed the corpses. The blood-colored lines continued to spread. It was even more strange. It was as if there were waves of evil wind sweeping through, and waves of malice spread. At the same time, the blood-colored lines also spread to Chu Shanha's body. The strange thing was there was no discomfort at all. Instead, there was a strange kind of comfort. The 1,000 corpses also opened their mouths. Wisps of aura floated out from their mouths and gathered toward Chu Shanha. Aura bloodlines. Chunzong was completely wrapped up in the center. In the next breath, Chu Shanha only felt a strong and strange power spread out in his body. It spread to his limbs, bones, and the depths of his body. A strange feeling filled the air. That feeling was extremely comfortable and exhilarating at the same time. It felt as if his body was being forcefully transformed. His bones were broken and broken. His muscles and tendons were also constantly torn and torn. A strong force constantly poured in and repaired them. At the same time, it seemed to be transforming and becoming stronger. Chapter 21:18. Hexapatha's grandmother had a stomach hemorrhage this morning. Hexapath has just returned from the hospital. The underground secret chamber seemed to be shrouded in darkness. In an instant, 2 rays of red light shot out, as if they could pierce through the heavens and earth, shining in the darkness, filled with shocking evil. After a few breaths, the red light dimmed, and Chu Shanha's gaze returned to normal. Around him, the upright corpses had all been air-dried for many years. The blood-red lines on the ground and walls had also become dull, as if blood had been dried for decades and had settled down, filling the air with the smell of decay. Chu Shanha's lips curled into an evil smile, and then he exhaled a breath. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if a storm had swept through the secret chamber. The 1,000 air-dried corpses trembled in an instant and were blown away by the storm, falling to the ground one after another. They were smashed into pieces and then turned into powder all over the secret chamber. Powder! All of them had turned into powder. Crack! Chu Shanha clenched his fists, and a crisp sound rang out. An extremely powerful force burst out, giving Chu Shanha a feeling that he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. What a powerful force! Chu Shanha could clearly feel the changes in his body. That feeling of his entire body being filled with an immense amount of power was gushing out wave after wave. This sort of power had Chu Shanha intoxicated. Chu Shanha was sure that he had not broken through to the imminent god realm, but he felt that he was at least several times stronger than when he was at the pinnacle of the demigod realm. The first level of the flesh reincarnation array can already bring me such a huge improvement. What about the second level? Chu Shanha narrowed his eyes, his face full of evil intent. The first level of the flesh reincarnation array required 1,000 demigod realm cultivators. The second level of the flesh reincarnation array required 1,000 demigod realm cultivators. Above that, there was the third level of the flesh reincarnation array, which required 1,000 imminent god realm cultivators. 1,000 demigod realm cultivators were the easiest to capture, but 1,000 demigod realm cultivators were very difficult. After all, Wanyuan Star was only a low-level star, and it was very difficult to gather 1,000 demigod realm cultivators without being discovered. As for 1,000 imminent god realm cultivators, even if they were only at the path-controlling realm, it was unimaginable. Putting aside the third level for now, he decided to complete the second level first. Chu Shanha was confident that once he completed the second level of the fleshly reincarnation array, his strength would definitely reach the level of the spirit ascension realm. Moreover, it would not depend on his cultivation base, but on his tyrannical physical strength. He wasn't at the spirit realm, but he had the power of the spirit realm. When he broke through to the spirit realm, how intimidating would he be? Just thinking about it made Chu Shanha extremely excited. As for the strangeness of the flesh reincarnation array, Chu Shanha no longer considered it, as he had already embarked on this path. Chunzong, you will die when I complete the second level of flesh reincarnation. Chu Shanha's heart was filled with killing intent and hatred for Chunzong. At this moment, Chunzong was driving the fleeting spaceship to the next suspected location. In the flying boat, Chunzong did not forget to cultivate. At this moment, Chunzong was trying to use the One Heart Sutra to assist the cultivation of the 33 heavens of mind. Both were cultivation methods, and in theory, it was difficult to use them at the same time. However, the Will Heavenly Palace's cultivation method was rather unique. In addition, it was Chunzong's sudden inspiration. In the end, Chunzong was not an orthodox disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. He did not join the Will Heavenly Palace at the beginning, but only joined halfway through his continuous cultivation. His thoughts were more arbitrary. That was also because of Chunzong's personal experience. Time after time, he had sharpened his mind and understood his nature. Using the One Heart Sutra to assist the construction of the Heart Palace was a first. Chunzong did not know if he could succeed. However, if he succeeded, it meant that he could cultivate both the One Heart Sutra and the 33 heavens of mind at the same time, which would undoubtedly be more amazing and save him a lot of time. However, when Chunzong put it into practice, he found that it was very difficult. After all, they were both cultivation methods. Using the One Heart Sutra's One Heart Sutra to cultivate martial arts, Chunzong could easily do it. However, the 33 heavens of mind was different. There seemed to be a barrier between them. Chunzong was not in a hurry. He tried again and again, adjusting his cultivation method. His powerful God soul and perception, as well as his high realm of sword principle, gave Chunzong more outstanding abilities. Trying again and again, failing again and again, Chunzong gradually found a trick. However, there was still a long way to go before he could truly master it. At least, he saw hope, as if he had pushed open a heavy door a little bit. After many attempts and adjustments, Chunzong finally arrived at his destination, the Thousand-Fruit Star. The Thousand-Fruit Star was a low-level star. The most powerful force there was not even at the star level, because the strongest warriors there were not at the spirit level, but at the demigod level. This time, the spies of the UN sect found that the leader of Family MO, the most powerful force on the Thousand-Fruit Star, was acting strangely compared to a few months ago. At first, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, there were many strange situations. Moreover, the other party was just a small force. However, as soon as the UN sect gave the order, they started to work immediately. Any abnormality would be investigated, reviewed, and then reported. Now, Chunzong had arrived. As soon as he arrived, Chunzong acted immediately. There was no need to pay a visit. Facing a demigod-level expert, there was no need to waste time. Restraining his aura, he directly sneaked into Family MO and found the leader of Family MO. The leader of Family MO was resting with his eyes closed. However, when Chunzong arrived, the leader of Family MO's eyelids twitched slightly, but there was no other reaction. He still looked like he was resting. However, Chunzong caught the slight twitch of his eyelids. The other party was only at the demigod level, while he was at the imminent god level. Moreover, he had restrained his aura. If it were another imminent god-level expert with a similar cultivation base, they would not have sensed his arrival. However, the leader of Family MO seemed to have sensed his presence. Could it be that he had made the right choice this time? As he slowly approached, Chunzong opened his mind perception and enveloped the leader of Family MO's body, carefully sensing. The distance was not enough. He had to be at least 3 meters away from the leader of Family MO to have a better chance of sensing him. Chunzong was also confident that with his ability, he could get within 3 meters of a demigod-level expert without being detected. However, just as Chunzong was 3 meters away from the leader of Family MO, who had not moved until now, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils condensed in an instant, as if they had turned into the vertical pupils of a snake. They were cold, emotionless, and extremely evil. Without any pretense, the leader of Family MO's left hand suddenly twisted and changed. The sleeve of his robe cracked inch by inch and flew out like a butterfly. The original arm changed greatly in an instant, turning into a strange monster-like arm. It was covered with dark green veins, as if there was no fat at all. Like twisted steel bars, the 5 fingers became extremely hard and sharp. Sharp claws. In just an instant, the leader of Family MO's left arm turned into a sharp claw. It directly tore through the void and viciously clawed at Chunzong. The power of the sharp claw was extremely terrifying, causing Chunzong's scalp to go numb. He felt as if he was about to be torn apart. Evil God's Claw. The common martial skill of the Evil God tribe, which was also an extremely powerful martial skill, had the characteristic of tearing through everything. At the same time, the leader of Family MO's right arm suddenly swelled up, directly bursting his sleeve. It became extremely thick, and his fist was covered with cracks, as if he was wearing a boxing glove. Boom! After the attack of the Evil God's Claw, the Evil God's arm suddenly clenched into a fist and violently punched out. A shocking pressure was exerted, and the sound of air exploding could be heard. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. It wanted to shatter Chunzong with one punch. There was no need to say anything. This person was possessed by the Evil God tribe. Kill! The sword light suddenly lit up and instantly pierced through the void. Perhaps it was because he was possessed, but compared to the rank 7 Black Scale tribe in the Mystic Realm, the leader of Family MO's strength was greatly inferior. However, he was still at the level of the imminent deity realm. However, such strength did not have any advantage against Chunzong. The sword light flashed, and the Evil God's claw and arm were instantly cut off. Chunzong's goal was to capture the other party alive. Capture the other party and bring him back for interrogation to force out more information. This way, it would be more advantageous for the operation. However, the Evil God tribe was not willing to do so and directly wanted to self-destruct. This was the desperate move of the Evil God tribe. Moreover, Chunzong realized that he could not suppress this kind of self-destruction. Then he could only kill. Decapitation with a sword. However, this was not the end. The evil god tribe's divine soul turned into a shadow and directly charged out of family Mo's severed head, flying toward Chunzong. Extremely fast. However, Chunzong was already prepared. Great refined void god eye. Powerful divine soul power instantly shot out from the eye and directly hit the evil god tribe's divine soul, causing it to tremble and its speed to decrease drastically. There was also a sharp scream. The divine soul that had lost the protection of the body was directly exposed and was relatively weaker. After being hit by Chunzong's great refined void god eye, the consequences were naturally not good, and a portion of the divine soul was directly destroyed. Chunzong was about to use another great refined void god eye to destroy the divine soul when suddenly, the shadow that had been invisible all this time appeared again. It was extremely fast and unexpected, and in an instant, it directly swept away and devoured the broken divine soul of the evil god tribe. Come out! Chunzong was instantly enraged. Kill! Kill as many as you can. That strange voice suddenly rang out in the deity's sea and kept reverberating. After a few breaths, it finally fell silent and disappeared without a trace. Chunzong's expression was extremely grave. He felt that compared to the evil god tribe, the shadow that was hiding in the deity sea made him more wary. What exactly was that? Chunzong did not know, but he was very clear about one thing. That shadow had deep malice towards him. Perhaps it did not make a move because it was not confident and had been hiding. When it was confident, it would probably directly make a move and attack his divine soul. However, he could not find where the shadow was hiding, and he could not find it even after searching the entire deity sea. He was in a very passive position. Chunzong did not like this passive position, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now, he had to be constantly vigilant and alert of the shadow's movements. Only then could he immediately react and attack the shadow the moment it made a move. Unfortunately, if he could find the shadow's location, he could take the initiative to attack and kill it. Exhaling, Chunzong glanced at family leader Mo's body. His figure flashed, and he quickly left. Chapter 2119. In the past few months, Chunzong had taken action more than 10 times. Most of them were ineffective. However, he did find 2 members of the evil god tribe, who were both killed by Chunzong. However, the evil god tribe was very proficient in the evil god reincarnation secret technique. They tried to possess Chunzong, but their souls were devoured by that strange black shadow. That strange black shadow also fed back some memories of the evil god tribe to Chunzong. Moreover, Chunzong also discovered that his perception of the evil god tribe's aura had become stronger. In the past, he had to be within 3 meters to be able to sense it. Now, it had expanded to 5 meters. Of course, such an increase was actually very small. However, Chunzong knew that the more evil god tribe members he killed, the more he would improve. Perhaps in the end, he would be able to tell if the other party had been possessed by the evil god tribe members from 100 meters away. Another point was that the strange black shadow had become a problem in Chunzong's heart. The black shadow could devour the souls of the evil god tribe members. This means that the souls are beneficial to it. If I can shatter the souls before it devours them, perhaps I can stop its growth, Chunzong thought to himself as he stayed in the void escape. To a certain extent, stopping the other party's growth was to alleviate his own crisis. Although it could not be eliminated, it could at least stall for time. Perhaps he could find a solution. However, how could he erase the souls of the evil god tribe members? The great refined void god I could do it. However, it had to be done many times, at least 2 or 3 times. Moreover, the great refined void god I was a heaven mystique. Its consumption was astonishing. That black shadow would also attack instantly and devour the souls. What he had to do was to shatter the souls in an instant and not give the black shadow any chance. Chunzong couldn't help but search. He didn't know if there was such a martial technique or secret technique in the memories of Sword Master Dongting. After searching for a long time, Chunzong really found a mystique that was barely suitable. Soul sealing technique. It was not to shatter the souls, but to seal them. Once the souls were sealed, they naturally couldn't be devoured. They could only remove the seal first. However, once it was sealed, there would be a way to break it. The soul sealing technique was a secret technique at the level of a great abijna. It wasn't very profound, and it was relatively easy to comprehend and cultivate. Of course, it was easy for Chunzong. After all, Chunzong's perception was outstanding, and his spiritual soul was powerful. If it were any other path manipulation realm cultivator, it would be very difficult for them to master it. In addition, the flaw of the soul sealing technique was obvious. It couldn't directly target the divine soul in the body. Only when the divine soul left the body could it be sealed. There was still a chance. The greater the difference between the two parties' souls, the greater the success rate, and vice versa. Chunzong's spirit was very strong, far stronger than that of many cultivators. This soul-sealing technique was indeed very suitable for him to practice. Comprehension. Cultivate. He had to master it as soon as possible. The soul-sealing technique was, in essence, an application of spiritual energy. It was a rather brilliant application. Time passed slowly. Chunzong had grasped the surface of the soul-sealing technique. Then, he reached entry, small accomplishment, and not long after, he reached greater accomplishment. He was only one step away from perfection. However, it was very difficult to go from greater accomplishment to perfection. Chunzong couldn't do it in a short time. Chunzong also received news that the evil god tribe was suspected to have sacrificed their spies. Move out. Move out. If it was the evil god tribe, it would be a good time to test the power of the soul-sealing technique. Indeed, with Chunzong's perception, he did sense the evil god race. On the other hand, the other party also sensed Chunzong. This was because Chunzong had killed members of the evil god tribe before. The aura of the evil god tribe before their deaths remained on him. This aura could only be sensed by members of the evil god tribe. As such, Chunzong couldn't hide his aura in front of the evil god tribe. Kill. Chunzong directly killed the evil god tribe member who tried to take over his body. His spiritual energy appeared. Chunzong's eyes flashed, and a soul-sealing technique's spiritual energy shot out in an instant, directly entangling the evil god tribe member's spiritual energy. In just an instant, the soul-sealing technique was completed, forming a seal. The evil god tribe member's spiritual energy let out a panic scream, but there was nothing he could do. The black shadow also instantly attacked. However, this time, Chunzong was prepared. He immediately grabbed the evil god tribe member's spiritual energy that was sealed and quickly kept it. Give me the spiritual energy. The black shadow's sharp voice suddenly rang out, as if it was exasperated and filled with anger. That spiritual energy should be its prey, its food. But now, it was taken away by Chunzong. How could it not be angry? Who exactly are you? Chunzong asked coldly. Give me the spiritual energy. The black shadow appeared in Chunzong's spirit sea, taking on a human form. However, its face couldn't be seen because its entire body was pitch black. Only its eyes were scarlet, emitting an extremely terrifying red light. Those scarlet eyes seemed to contain all the evil in the world. It was extremely terrifying. State your identity, Chunzong said again. Give me the spiritual energy. The red light in the black shadow's eyes shot out, as if it wanted to penetrate through. Chunzong felt a deep sense of malice. The other party was getting increasingly angry. State your identity. Chunzong's consciousness also condensed in an instant, appearing in his spirit sea. With a long sword in his right hand, he directly slashed out. Since the other party didn't want to speak, since it had appeared, then it could only die. This sword was filled with killing intent. Chunzong showed no mercy. Hit. However, the moment the sword hit the strange black shadow and penetrated it, Chunzong also felt a piercing pain in his spiritual consciousness. It was as if he had also been hit by the sword. However, this kind of pain was still bearable. Slash. The sword slashed out at an extremely fast speed, directly cutting the strange black shadow in half. At the same time, Chunzong also felt a terrible pain exploding in his consciousness, as if he had also been cut in half. What was going on? I am you. You are me. If you kill me, you will also die. The strange black shadow suddenly laughed eerily. Its voice became sharper, echoing in the spirit sea. Chunzong couldn't help but withdraw his sword and frown. He was sure that the other party didn't fight back just now, but he did feel a sharp pain. Could it be that this strange black shadow was really related to him? What on earth was going on? Chunzong couldn't figure it out. Give me your spiritual consciousness. As long as I devour your spiritual consciousness and strengthen it, I can also feed it back to you and strengthen your spiritual consciousness. The black shadow stared at Chunzong with its scarlet eyes. Its sharp voice had a hint of a mysterious smile, as if it was negotiating with him. No, Chunzong rejected it without hesitation. First, tell me who you are. Why did you appear in my spirit sea? I've said it before. I am you, and you are me. I was born because of you, and I am one with your spiritual consciousness. The strange black shadow's eyes flickered with red light, and its words were filled with certainty. Born because of me, and you are one with my spiritual consciousness. Chunzong couldn't help but think. While Chunzong was thinking, the strange black shadow's eyes continued to flicker with red light. That's right. Give me your spiritual consciousness, and you will become even stronger. The black shadow continued to speak, guiding Chunzong's thoughts. If I devour your spiritual consciousness, I can also provide you with help. I can let you know more about the evil god tribe and better deal with them. I will give you my spiritual consciousness, and you will leave my spirit sea, Chunzong said. No, my spiritual consciousness is one with your spiritual consciousness. I cannot leave, the strange black shadow said. Chunzong fell silent, as if he was thinking. Then his spiritual consciousness dispersed, and his consciousness left the spirit sea and returned to his body. Damn it! This scene instantly made the strange black shadow furious. Spiritual consciousness. Give me your spiritual consciousness. However, Chunzong ignored him. The strange black shadow's words made Chunzong feel that they were half-truths and half-lies, and he couldn't believe them. In the next breath, Chunzong's consciousness condensed again and appeared in the spirit sea. At the same time, Chunzong also brought in the sealed, evil god tribe's spiritual consciousness. Because it was a spiritual consciousness, it could enter the spirit sea. This is the evil god tribe's spiritual consciousness that you want, Chunzong said, and directly threw the sealed spiritual consciousness in his hand over. The ghostly black shadow was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the other party would really be fooled by him and believe his words. Very good. After he devoured more spiritual consciousness and became stronger, he would devour the other party's spiritual consciousness. At that time, he would have a body and truly live in this world. He didn't expect that the other party would be so easy to fool. A sudden change occurred. Chunzong immediately executed the soul sealing technique. The soul lock flew out in an instant and landed directly on the strange black shadow. The strange black shadow thought that Chunzong was easy to fool and didn't put in full effort to defend himself. He couldn't react in time and was directly hit by the soul lock. The soul lock spread out in an instant and quickly wrapped around the strange black shadow. You deserve to die. The strange black shadow was instantly furious and erupted with an extremely terrifying power. That power had an extremely evil feeling, and it made Chunzong shudder. The second soul lock flew out. The third soul lock flew out. In order to seal the other party, Chunzong used all his strength, and the power of his spiritual consciousness was constantly consumed. 9 soul locks. A total of 9 soul locks fell on the strange black shadow. From the moment the other party was hit by the first soul lock, he couldn't avoid it. The 9 soul locks had almost exhausted the power of Chunzong's spirit. For a moment, he felt a sense of dizziness and exhaustion. However, the 9 soul locks couldn't really trap the other party and exploded in an instant. The black shadow screamed and fled quickly. What followed was the soul-sealing technique soul lock. That scream reverberated in the spirit's sea, full of anger and murderous intent. Chunzong was sure that as long as the other party had the chance, he would definitely kill him without mercy. What a pity. Chunzong couldn't help but sigh as he resisted the dizziness. If the soul sealing technique could be practiced to the perfect realm, maybe the 9 soul locks would be enough to seal the strange black shadow. At that time, the other party wouldn't be able to stir up trouble. Now, although he didn't fail at the last step, he didn't succeed. However, he should be able to delay for a while and have time to practice the soul sealing technique to the perfect realm. Next time, he would seal the other party completely. The power of his spiritual consciousness was almost exhausted, which made Chunzong feel dizzy. He sat down cross-legged, relaxed his mind, and focused so that the power of his spiritual consciousness could recover faster. Chapter 2120. The void was boundless and vast. The passage of time did not leave any traces in the void. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since Chunzong discovered the evil god tribe. In this year, Chunzong had traveled more than 30 times and killed 7 members of the evil god tribe. Apart from the evil god tribe's godly soul that was swallowed by the strange black shadow at the beginning, Chunzong sealed 4 groups of godly souls with the soul sealing technique. As for the strange black shadow, it disappeared after being hit by the soul sealing technique formed by Chunzong's 9 soul locks. It never appeared again, as if it had really disappeared. However, Chunzong would not let his guard down. He knew very well that even if he could not sense it, the strange black shadow was definitely still there. It was just that he did not know when it would suddenly appear and cause him trouble again. In this year, Chunzong's cultivation was still at the second transformation of the Tao, controlling realm, and the second transformation of the divine body realm. However, his control and application of his own power had improved a lot. When one's cultivation reached the illuminating realm, it became very difficult to improve. Some cultivators who were less talented and did not have many opportunities might not be able to improve their cultivation by one transformation even after hundreds of years. In general, when one's cultivation reached the illuminating realm, the gap would be widened again. Some cultivators might be able to improve their cultivation by one transformation in a few years, but some would need more than 10 years or even decades. Some would need hundreds of years. Chunzong had only broken through to the illuminating realm a few years ago. Now that he was at the second transformation, he could be considered to have reached the peak of the second transformation. One more step, and he would be at the third transformation. In the entire void, this speed was considered very fast. In terms of cultivation, the biggest benefit was to use the heart and mind realm of the Heart Sutra to drive the cultivation of the 33 heavens of mind. Under Chunzong's unremitting efforts, he finally achieved results. Now he could indeed use the Heart Sutra to help the cultivation of the 33 heavens of mind and build the Heart Palace. Under such circumstances, the 5th Heart Palace was also successfully forged to completion. However, Chunzong found that the difficulty of building the 6th Heart Palace had increased by another level. It was extremely difficult to reach the entry level. Fortunately, he had also cultivated the first stage of the One Heart Sutra to the Great Accomplishment realm. Now he could cultivate the second stage of the One Heart 10 Intents. However, as soon as he tried, Chunzong realized that it was extremely difficult to concentrate on 10 intents at once. The essence of one mind and 10 intents was multitasking, and multitasking was not too difficult for Chunzong. However, the Heart Sutra's 10 intents of one heart was completely different from normal multitasking. This was because the Heart Sutra's 10 intents of one heart was the foundation of one heart and single-minded intent. The mystery of one heart and single-minded intent was to focus all of one's attention on one point. The Heart Sutra's 10 intents of one heart was an expansion of the foundation of one heart and single-minded intent. It was as if a person's consciousness had been continuously duplicated into 10 copies. Each copy was complete and flawless. While these 10 copies were complete, they were also controlled by a single point of the soul. As for multitasking, It was to divide one's consciousness into many parts. Each part would become incomplete, but only a small part of it. Complete and incomplete had completely different meanings. Those 10 complete wills still had to be controlled by his light of the soul. The difficulty was undoubtedly greater. Chunzong had tried many times, but all of them ended in failure. Why do I have to pursue the Heart Sutra from the start? Chunzong suddenly had an idea. When the path was difficult to walk down, one had to find a way to adapt. It was difficult to achieve the Heart Sutra in one go. In that case, why not try lowering the difficulty? For example, starting with the Heart Sutra. After trying, although it was still difficult, Chunzong could feel that the difficulty had decreased by a lot. The Heart Sutra, it was as if one's consciousness had been divided into two parts. Not only were these two parts complete, but they also existed independently. It was as if he had become two different people. It was very magical. However, these two independent and complete consciousnesses were completely controlled by him. It was as if he had become two complete people in an instant. Chunzong tried to comprehend the mystical power using the Heart Sutra. He realized that he could comprehend two mystical powers at the same time without interfering with each other. However, the consumption of mental strength was very shocking. It was twice the consumption of mental strength when activating the Heart Sutra. In this case, if he were to use the Heart Sutra, wouldn't the consumption of mental strength be 10 times faster than when he was using the Heart Sutra? This meant that he would not be able to activate the Heart Sutra for a long time. As for the Heart Sutra of 100 or even a Heart Sutra of 1,000, it was even more terrifying. Chunzong estimated that the consumption of the Heart Sutra of 100 Heart Sutra would be enough to empty his mental strength in a short period of time. This also meant that the Heart Sutra could not be maintained for a long time. Especially when one's cultivation level was higher, the duration might be shorter. Then, what was the meaning of the Heart Sutra? Chunzong was not very clear about it now. However, since it was the foundation of the Heart Sutra Palace, it naturally had its reasons. The Heart Sutra consumed twice as much mental strength. However, Chunzong's mental strength was very strong. Hence, he could sustain it for a longer time. Suddenly, Chunzong sensed a strange movement in the Nine Heavens ring. It was a crystal ball that was trembling. Chunzong took out the crystal ball and looked at it. He suddenly remembered that this was the crystal ball of the spring rain brothel. The crystal ball immediately emitted a burst of light. It was drizzling, ancient, and profound. In the end, a black gold mask appeared in front of Chunzong. You actually broke through to the imminent deity realm. The black gold mask was just a mask. No expression could be seen, but its tone was full of shock. Previously, the black gold mask had once recruited Chunzong and promised that as long as Chunzong served the spring rain brothel for 100 years, he would help him break through to the imminent deity realm within 10 years. From then until now, it had not even been 10 void years. However, Chunzong had already broken through. The black gold mask could not help but be surprised. However, being surprised was one thing. The spring rain brothel had existed for a long time and was very ancient. It had seen a lot and was not too shocked. What's the matter? Although he knew that the spring rain brothel was mysterious and ancient, Chunzong was not very afraid. This was because the spring rain brothel was a very special force. It was a force that focused on transactions. It would not discriminate based on whether one's tone was good or bad. Chu Shanha is waiting for your battle on the Wanyuan planet. The black gold mask said neither too fast nor too slow. However, Chunzong seemed to hear a hint of mockery in the other party's tone. Chunzong was slightly stunned. Chu Shanha, wasn't that the young master of the Mountain River planet's Chu clan, the hall master of the second suppressing world city's Mountain River Hall? After taking 13 million void coins from the Chu clan, Chunzong had forgotten about this person. Now, Chu Shanha actually wanted to challenge him. Chunzong could not help but be surprised. Chu Shanha broke through to the imminent deity realm. Chunzong asked the question in his heart. Yes and no. The black gold mask's answer was very interesting. Suddenly, Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. The other party was the spring rain brothel. Perhaps he could make a deal with them. What price do I have to pay to know the origin of the evil god tribe? Chunzong asked directly. As for Chu Shanhe, Chunzong did not care much. The evil god tribe. The black gold mask suddenly fell silent. Chunzong also waited quietly. The origin of the evil god tribe is too mysterious. It is impossible to investigate. After a while, the black gold mask spoke, his tone somewhat solemn. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the evil god tribe has ulterior motives. Chunzong could not help but be a little disappointed. Even the Spring Rain brothel could not investigate the origin of the evil god tribe. It was indeed very mysterious. Of course, the Spring Rain brothel was not omnipotent. For example, the Spring Rain brothel did not know that Chunzong was now a true disciple of the Heavenly Palace because they had not investigated. There was no such thing as omniscient and omnipotent. The Spring Rain brothel could know a lot of information because of transactions. It was also difficult for the Spring Rain brothel to know some things that were too secretive. Since the Spring Rain brothel could not investigate, he could only rely on himself to investigate. The black gold mask disappeared, and the crystal ball returned to its original state. Chunzong kept it in the Nine Heavens ring. Not long after, another piece of news came. This piece of news made Chunzong move immediately. He piloted the escape ship and quickly headed toward Wanyuan planet. That was right. It was the low-level planet where Chu Shanhe had challenged Chunzong. Originally, Chunzong did not plan to pay attention to Chu Shanhe. However, the news indicated that Chu Shanhe's whereabouts and actions in this year were somewhat abnormal. Abnormal actions. And he challenged Chunzong. This meant that the other party was confident. There must be something going on. In that case, Chunzong would go and take a look. He wanted to see what this young master of the Chu clan was relying on that made him dare to take the initiative to challenge him. If the other party was seeking his own death, Chunzong did not mind sending him on his way. On Wanyuan planet, in the Chu clan's branch, a figure exuding a powerful aura sat on the main seat. Below him were the members of the Chu clan's branch. For a power like the Chu clan, after many years, they would have a lot of members. The figure exuding a powerful aura on the main seat was Chu Shanhe. Young master, the resistance forces have basically been annihilated. Below him, a group of people stood respectfully. In this year, they had seen Chu Shanhe's strength. He was very, very strong. He was simply invincible among the demigod realm. The leader of the resistance forces, an expert at the peak of the demigod realm, had been crippled by Chu Shanhe with one palm strike. The gap between them was too big. They all thought that Chu Shanhe was already an eminent god realm expert. Don't let the remaining members go. Chu Shanhe tapped his finger on the back of the chair as a red light flashed in his eyes. Traces of a sinister aura instantly descended, causing everyone in the hall to tremble. It was as if they had fallen into a dark, bloody hell. They were extremely horrified. It was too terrifying. When they saw Chu Shanhe off, their faces were pale, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Young master's strength seems to have increased. When he had just arrived a year ago, he was not so amazing. Young master's rapid improvement is a good thing for the Chu clan. It's also a good thing for us. After Chu Shanhe left, the Chu clan members discussed in low voices. Their tone was full of surprise. Of course, there were also doubts and curiosity. In just a short year, the improvement was so obvious. It was really shocking. However, deep in their hearts, there were deeper doubts and fears. It was just that they did not dare to voice them out. Chapter 21:21. On Wanyuan Star, there was a vast field. On the field, weeds that were as tall as a person grew wildly. The wind blew, and the weeds swayed. It was as if waves were sweeping past, making rustling sounds that reverberated in all directions. A figure stood in midair with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and he seemed to be in high spirits. It was as if that figure was the master of this land. In the distance, a ray of light flew over like a shooting star and appeared in front of him. "You're finally here." The figure that seemed to be the master of this land had a sinister smile on his young face. His eyes were extremely sharp, and a faint blood-red light appeared. There was a trace of fierceness in his eyes. His voice also became fierce and manic in an instant. It reverberated in all directions, suppressing the rustling sounds brought about by the wind. Do you know that I have waited for this day for a long time? Accompanied by that mighty voice, an extremely violent and ferocious aura also exploded from Chushana's body. In an instant, the wind in all directions stopped. The weeds below were also suppressed by an invisible force in an instant. Then, they all shattered and turned into a pile of grass. Chunzong paused. His gaze focused on Chu Shanhe, and he frowned slightly. The current Chu Shanhe looked quite different from the Chu Shanhe in his memory. This person was still Chu Shanhe. His appearance had not changed, but his aura, or rather, his temperament, had changed. In the past, the temperament that Chu Shanhe had cultivated was a little domineering. After all, the Chu clan's magical powers were related to the mysteries of the mountains and rivers. Since the mountains and rivers were the main focus, there would naturally be a great momentum and domineering restraint. But now, Chu Shanhe's temperament had changed. It had become a little strange, and his entire person seemed to have a little more demonic charm. It was as if he had become a different person. However, Chunzong could still feel Chu Shanhe's original aura. Could it be that Chu Shanhe has been taken over by the evil god tribe? Chunzong could not help but think, but he immediately denied it. If Chu Shanhe had been possessed by the evil god race, he shouldn't have taken the initiative to challenge him. Instead, he should have acted in the dark, making preparations for the evil god race's plan. He reckoned that Chu Shanhe must have obtained some kind of special opportunity or inheritance, causing his strength to increase by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. With such great strength, it gave Chu Shanhe greater confidence, which was why he challenged Yi Shiwen through the spring rain house. Thinking of this, Chunzong's interest was piqued. What kind of inheritance did Chu Shanhe obtain? It seemed to be very unusual. Moreover, Chunzong also noticed that Chu Shanhe's aura was still at the demigod rank, while he himself was at the Ascension realm. What confidence did he have to contend against the Ascension realm expert as a demigod? Show me what you've got. Chunzong smiled. Die. As soon as Chu Shanhe's voice fell, he suddenly struck out with his palm. This palm was the Chu family's mountain and river palm. The palm print transformed into a mountain and river as it directly blasted towards Chunzong, wanting to suppress and crush Chunzong. Chunzong's expression turned solemn. Chu Shanhe's cultivation was clearly only at the demigod rank. Why did his palm strike give him a sense of crisis? Traces of scarlet energy swirled around the palm strike. Chunzong could feel that it was the scarlet energy swirling around the mountain river palm imprint that was threatening him. It seemed to be a very frightening power. Perhaps this was the opportunity that Chu Shanhe had obtained. However, what kind of opportunity could actually allow a demigod rank cultivator to threaten him? An Ascension realm expert? It was simply inconceivable. As this thought flashed through his mind, the palm strike had already arrived. Chunzong did not draw his sword. He merely used his finger in place of a sword to attack the mountain river palm print. In an instant, the palm print was shattered, and so was the scarlet aura. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it wrapped around Chunzong's finger, causing Chunzong to feel as if the blood in his finger was being drawn and was about to burst out of his finger. In addition, the scarlet aura contained an extremely frightening destructive power, as if it was about to crush Chunzong's finger. Strange and overbearing. However, this kind of power was still not enough for Chunzong. His sword finger trembled, and a sharp light surged. In an instant, the scarlet aura completely shattered and disappeared. Chu Shanhe suddenly let out a long howl. The howl was resounding and sharp, as if it was a demonic sound that pierced through one's brain. Then, his long robe fluttered in the wind, making rustling sounds. On his skin, streaks of scarlet lines appeared and spread rapidly, covering every inch of his body at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, scarlet lines appeared all over Chu Shana's body, including his face. As the scarlet lines spread, they went up from his cheeks, over his eyebrows, and converged between his eyebrows. Then, they quickly spread to his eyes. Chunzong noticed that Chu Shana's pupils had also changed. His originally black, round pupils had become vertical pupils, and a dazzling red light appeared in the center. It was extremely scarlet and very dazzling. Chu Shanha, who was covered with scarlet lines, had an increasingly evil and strange aura. When Chunzong gazed into Chu Shanha's eyes, his expression changed slightly. He only felt an extremely evil willpower, which seemed to be shooting out from Chu Shanha's eyes, as if it was going to penetrate his spirit and affect his mind, causing chaos. If it were a more ordinary imminent divinity realm cultivator, they might have already fallen for it. However, Chunzong would not, because Chunzong's spirit was extremely powerful, and his sword was astonishing. It was difficult for external evil to invade. How could it be shaken? Streaks of scarlet chi also spread out from Chu Shanha's body, circling around him. The chi was like a sharp, scarlet blade that was biting cold, as if it could cut through everything. In an instant, Chu Shanha turned into a streak of scarlet light and shot out. Like a streak of scarlet lightning, he charged towards Chunzong. In just an instant, Chu Shanha had closed in. Chunzong activated his heart perception and indeed sensed that there was no soul fluctuation of the evil god tribe on Chu Shanha's body. In other words, Chu Shanha was not possessed by the evil god tribe. This was very shocking. He was not in the imminent divinity realm, but he could explode with such astonishing speed and power. He completely belonged to the imminent divinity realm. This was extremely strange. In the memories of Sword Master Dong Ting, there was no information related to this. The gap between the demigod realm and the imminent divinity realm was like a chasm. This was publicly acknowledged. Back then, before Sword Master Dong Ting planned to possess Chunzong, he had to first help Chunzong refine the Sword Dao origin. Only then could he have the confidence to possess the power of the imminent divinity realm at the demigod realm. The Sword Dao origin. How shocking was it? It was a supreme treasure that even sovereign realm experts would be moved by. Only such a supreme treasure could forge the power of the imminent divinity realm at the demigod realm. But now, Chu Shanha could unleash the power of the imminent divinity realm at the demigod realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary imminent divinity realm expert. Could it be that Chu Shanha had fused with a supreme treasure similar to the Sword Dao origin in the inheritance that he had obtained? If that was the case, then it could only be said that Chu Shanha's luck was extremely shocking. This time, if he had not taken the initiative to provoke Chunzong, he might have become a supreme expert in the void in the future. But it was a pity that since Chu Shanha had taken the initiative to challenge Chunzong, and Chunzong had also come, this battle would only end in death. Chu Shanha's speed was extremely fast. With a flash of bloody light, he arrived before Chunzong. His palm was condensed with extremely terrifying power, and it directly blasted towards Chunzong's chest, as if he wanted to shatter Chunzong's heart with his palm. Chunzong only felt that his heart suddenly trembled, as if it was being held by an invisible hand, and was about to be crushed. This kind of strength was too terrifying. But Chunzong's reaction was extremely fast. He pointed out his sword finger, and it pierced through the void like a real sword, revealing an unparalleled sharpness, as if there was nothing that could not be destroyed by the sword. But the scarlet force condensed in Chu Shanha's fist was also very terrifying. It actually blocked Chunzong's sword finger. Fast. Chu Shanha's speed of changing his moves was also astonishing. His other fist blasted out in an instant, and then his two legs blasted towards Chunzong. For a moment, Chu Shanha's entire body seemed to have turned into a weapon, attacking crazily. Violent and strange, his strength was extremely overbearing. In the end, he actually forced Chunzong to draw his sword. It was unbelievable. It should be known that Chunzong's cultivation was at the second turn of the path, controlling realm. Even without drawing his sword, his strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary third turn of the path controlling realm. Even so, he still could not suppress Chu Shanha. With the sword in hand, Chunzong finally showed his true strength. With one strike, he directly sent Chu Shanha flying. No matter how fast Chu Shanha was, he was still not as fast as Chunzong. With the sword in hand, Chu Shanha was no match for him. Although Chunzong did not burst out his full strength with this strike, he did not intend to hold back either. Logically speaking, with the sharpness and power of this strike, it should be enough to split Chu Shanha's body in half. However, Chu Shanha, who was sent flying, was not split in half. The moment of contact made Chunzong feel that Chu Shanha's body was very strong, like that of an Ascension Realm body refiner. However, Chunzong was sure that Chu Shanha was not an Ascension Realm body refiner. That strike only cut open Chu Shanha's chest, leaving a wound so deep that bones could be seen. However, in the next breath, a scene that made Chunzong's pupils shrink appeared. He saw that the wound on Chu Shanha's body was suffused with traces of blood-red qi. As the qi wriggled and covered the wound that was so deep that bones could be seen quickly shrank and healed. In just a short time, Chu Shanha's wound healed, and no trace of injury could be seen. Amidst his sharp laughter, Chu Shanha once again turned into a streak of blood-red light and flew over to attack again. He had no intention of defending at all. He just kept attacking because his self-healing ability was extremely amazing. Even if he was injured, he would be healed in a breath's time without leaving any hidden injuries. Moreover, the power of that blood-red qi was extremely terrifying. Once hit directly, Chunzong would definitely be severely injured and eventually killed by himself. Chunzong dodged Chu Shanha's attacks while counterattacking. His sword fell on Chu Shanha's body and cut open a wound, but it healed in a breath's time. Chunzong could not help but frown. What on earth was this thing? His cultivation base was at the demigod realm, but he had the fighting strength of an Ascension Realm expert. Moreover, his self-healing ability was heaven-defying. It was as if he had an immortal body. Chapter 21-22. The energy collided, surged, and shot out. Countless weeds were cut into pieces and then turned into powder under the terrifying power. In the distance, a black shadow silently condensed and turned into a solid body. He was frowning, and his eyes were flashing red with anger. Idiot, big idiot. Angry curses came from the person. If Chu Shanha saw this person, he would be very shocked because this person was the one who asked him if he wanted to obtain more power. He was also a servant of the Mountain River Planet's Chu clan. At this moment, he didn't look like a servant at all. His gaze seemed to pierce through Chu Shanha, riddling him with holes. Damn you. I hope you don't affect my king's reincarnation. Chunzong and Chu Shanha didn't know that someone was watching the battle from afar. Chu Shanha used all his strength. The more he attacked, the smoother he felt. It was as if his body was activated. All his power poured out like a flood. Moreover, there was a feeling that it was inexhaustible. Once he was hit by Chunzong and was injured, he would recover immediately. There was no need to think about anything else. He only needed to attack, and attack continuously. It was as if he would never be tired. Ha ha! Chu Shanha couldn't stop laughing. Power. That's the kind of power I want. Inexhaustible power, an unkillable body, and an incomparably violent torrent. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. Sure enough, the second level of the fleshly reincarnation grand array was amazing. Unfortunately, the third level of the fleshly reincarnation grand array was too difficult to complete. After all, it required 1,000 spirit realm warriors to set it up. However, it didn't matter. After dealing with Chunzong today, he would start to take action. He would capture 1,000 Ascendant State cultivators alive and set up the third level of the flesh reincarnation array. At that time, his strength would definitely become much stronger, many times stronger than it was now. 10,000 swords returned. In an instant, countless sword lights shone and spread around Chunzong. They gathered and merged with the sword realm. One sword into 10,000, 10,000 swords into one. Kill. This sword was unavoidable. Although Chu Shana's power was constantly stimulated and became more powerful, he still couldn't resist. In an instant, Chu Shana's body was directly struck. His left arm and shoulder were directly shattered by the extremely terrifying sword light. It was extremely miserable. The next moment, Chun Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He saw that Chu Shana's broken left arm was constantly filled with blood-colored qi, and the bright red flesh was also constantly wriggling, like a terrifying poisonous snake. In just a short span of 3 breaths, the shattered left arm actually regrew, completely undamaged. Chunzong, you can't kill me. Chu Shana's voice was extremely sharp. It was filled with shocking evilness. He seemed to have become another life form. The blood-red patterns on his body became brighter, and the blood-red force around him became denser, completely enveloping him. Chu Shanhe could no longer be seen. There was only a blood-colored figure that shot out like a bolt of lightning. Compared to before, his speed had increased by another level. He was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Chu Shanhe's hands abruptly grabbed out as a blood-colored qi condensed into a blood-colored saber, exuding an incomparably evil sharpness. The saber abruptly tore through the air, ruthlessly shooting towards Chunzong. Chunzong's expression couldn't help but change. It was as if the blood-red blade could tear him apart, and he couldn't resist it at all. His figure flashed, and he took a step forward. Chunzong used the Great Void Escape technique and appeared 10 meters away, avoiding the blood-red blade's attack. The Great Void Escape technique was originally created by Yukong Venerable in order to simulate the Void Shuttle's Great Void Escape technique. It was naturally best at long-distance travel. But now, under Chunzong's comprehension and control, it could be used as a combat body movement technique. Using it in a small area, the speed was extremely fast and extremely shocking, and the consumption of power was also very low. After all, it was only 10 meters. These 10 meters allowed Chunzong to avoid the terrifying blood-red blade. Kill. 10,000 swords attacked again. This was the range of the sword principal domain. Chu Shanhe was in the range, so he had to bear Chunzong's most powerful attack. Injured. Healed. This process kept repeating, as if Chu Shanhe really couldn't be killed. Ah! Chu Shanhe's laughter echoed around. I'm immortal. I'm immortal. No one can kill me. Chunzong didn't respond. His expression was solemn. This Chu Shanhe gave him a very strange feeling. Chunzong no longer regarded him as a demigod. Perhaps, in terms of qi cultivation and body cultivation, Chu Shanhe hadn't reached the imminent god realm, but the strange and overbearing power of his blood-red body was the real power of the imminent god realm. Chunzong knew one thing. In the vast void, qi cultivation was the mainstream, and body cultivation could also be regarded as the mainstream. But other than that, there were some other cultivation systems that were passed down. It was just that other cultivation systems were very difficult to cultivate for one reason or another, and even if they were cultivated successfully, they couldn't be improved to a high level. Therefore, they were gradually cut off and replaced by qi cultivation. The current era belonged to the era of qi cultivation. Although this was the case in the vast void, there were indeed some special and niche inheritances. These inheritances could be stubbornly preserved, and naturally, they had their tyrannical strengths. Perhaps in the end, they weren't as good as qi cultivation, but in some stages, they had terrifying power that surpassed qi cultivation. Qi cultivation was only popularized because it was more adaptable and easier to get started. Moreover, it could be cultivated to the extreme. Could it be that the inheritance that Chu Shanhe had obtained was one of those special and powerful minority inheritances? That was why it was so strange. Immortal? That was impossible. The so-called immortal was only relative. There was no real immortal. Although it wasn't clear what kind of opportunity Chu Shanhe had obtained, he could be injured and healed again and again. There must be some consumption. When that consumption reached a certain level, the so-called immortal would be a joke. Heart fire. In an instant, the heart fire burned fiercely. It was incomparably vigorous, and the firepower was astonishing. Chunzong's body was also surrounded by layers of invisible flames. There were a total of 5 layers, representing a 50% increase in strength and speed. 10,000 swords return. The vast sword light directly shattered the dense blood-colored qi around Chu Shanhe, breaking his body once again. Attack, attack, attack. Chunzong's strength was extremely vast, far surpassing that of the same second transformation Dao manipulation realm. Such a strong attack was nothing to him, and he could hold on for a long time. Break, recover, break, recover again. Sure enough, as Chunzong expected, the blood-colored qi around Chu Shanhe began to fade, as if it was constantly being consumed. Chu Shanhe also realized this and panicked. He also immediately understood that once the blood-colored qi was consumed, he would not be able to recover instantly, and would probably be killed. At the thought of being killed, Chu Shanhe couldn't help but feel flustered. How could he die? He had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't know that everyone who sought death by coming to Chunzong had the same thought in the end. Run. Without hesitation, Chu Shanhe, who realized that things were not going well, immediately screamed and turned into a blood-colored flowing light, flying away like lightning, quickly escaping. But Chunzong had already sensed his intention. He struck out with his sword, and the sword light was vast, directly bombarding. Injured. Immediately after, Chunzong raised his sword as sword light shot out. It was incomparably resplendent, as though a star had descended. A terrifying pressure directly pressed down on Chu Shanhe's body. Great refining star across the sky, secret sword. The main power of this sword was reflected in suppression. Chu Shanhe's broken body paused slightly and was directly suppressed in the void, unable to escape for a while. Next sword. Great shattering star across the sky, secret sword. Slash. The extremely terrifying sword suddenly slashed down, and the star shattered in an instant. The extremely terrifying power directly fell on Chu Shanhe's rapidly recovering body. Shattered. Chu Shanhe's body also shattered along with the star. It was even more thorough. Chunzong quickly approached and struck out with his sword again. 10,000 swords return. After using 2 Heaven God sword techniques consecutively, the power was overwhelming, but his own strength was also greatly depleted, and he could not use the 3rd Heaven God sword technique. But Chunzong was confident that this last sword would be able to kill Chu Shanhe right here. In the blink of an eye, an illusory figure suddenly appeared from the side. It emitted an incomparably cold, murderous intent as it mercilessly charged towards Chunzong. With a boom, the wind pressure was vast and the void seemed to be shattered. Chunzong only felt a shocking fist energy break through the void. That fist covered the sky and earth, as if it had replaced the whole world, and its power was unparalleled and extremely shocking. With a glance, just a glance, Chunzong recognized that it was the evil god arm of the evil god tribe. Just now, there was actually someone from the evil god tribe hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to launch such an extremely powerful attack towards him. The fist energy was majestic and domineering, and it directly rushed towards him. First, it rushed into his spirit's sea, as if it wanted to suppress his mind and will, and then shatter his body. This was an attack that had been accumulating power for a long time. In an instant, Chunzong determined that the other party was related to Chu Shanhe. Otherwise, he would not have ambushed here. The instant this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong also struck out with his sword. Originally, that sword strike was supposed to be aimed at Chu Shanhe and kill him. However, it was now aimed at the evil god's arm, fist energy. Sword light. With a boom, the instant they collided, an extremely shocking aura burst out, surging in all directions and overflowing in all directions. Chunzong could feel an extremely powerful and terrifying force, which rushed through the extreme heart phaseless sword, as if it wanted to destroy him. Fortunately, Chunzong was not an ordinary imminent God Realm warrior, but an imminent God Realm warrior who cultivated both chi and body at the same time. The tyrannical world divine body allowed Chunzong to withstand the force of this punch. The tyrannical and strange force rushed into Chunzong's body through the sword. First, it was weakened by 70% by the power of the heartprint treasure robe, and the remaining 30% rushed into his body. It was as if it had fallen into a different world, only causing ripples in the air and waves of wind, but it could not cause any damage to Chunzong's body. Chapter 21-23. Flee. That evil god tribe member didn't attack to kill Chunzong. After the evil god arm attack, he didn't care about anything else. He directly grabbed Chu Shana's arm and flew away at his fastest speed. He mustn't die. No matter what, Chu Shana mustn't die. It wasn't easy to find a human with the most compatible physique. If he died, it would have a great impact on the sacred race's plan. It was because Chu Shana's body would become the vessel for the sacred race's king, allowing the sacred race's king to descend. Chunzong quickly took out a pill and consumed it. Under the circulation of his cultivation technique, the pill was directly crushed, turning into pure energy to replenish his consumption. He took a step forward and appeared before the other party to block him. Myriad swords returned to origin. Kill. Although he didn't sense the aura of the evil god tribe from Chu Shanha, the other one was indeed possessed by the evil god tribe. The source of Chu Shanha's strange strength was very likely related to the evil god tribe. After all, the evil god tribe was very mysterious and not simple. Moreover, for an evil god tribe member to be willing to expose himself to save him, it meant that Chu Shanha wasn't simple. Or rather, the current Chu Shanha was rather important to the evil god tribe. This made Chunzong feel like he had caught a big fish. Maybe Chu Shanha was the breakthrough point to pursue the evil god tribe. This was a feeling that originated from his soul. Little did he know that the evil god tribe member was currently enraged, wanting nothing more than to tear Chu Shanha into pieces. Why did he have to seek his own death by causing trouble and spoiling the plan? Even if he died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. Sword light flashed before his eyes, bringing with it an extremely sharp, killing intent. The evil god tribe member had no choice but to throw out another punch. Evil god arm. The thick arm seemed to be cast from steel. The fist was filled with cracks, as if it could shatter space with a single punch. However, although this punch was very strong, it was limited and was still defeated by Chunzong. Chunzong blocked the evil god tribe member and Chu Shanha while using the effects of the pill to recover his strength. Chu Shanha's injuries had already healed, but the scarlet aura around him had become much thinner. His strength had also decreased by a lot. At this moment, Chu Shanha's heart was filled with panic and hatred. Why? Why can't I defeat Chunzong even though I've gained so much power? Why was it that in order to obtain such power, he didn't hesitate to walk the path of evil and demonic, yet he still failed? Hate, hatred, killing intent, fury, unwilling. It was boiling and burning. Chunzong grasped the rhythm of the battle, intercepted his opponent, and recovered his strength. As soon as he recovered his strength, he would kill his opponent. That member of the evil god race had already revealed his evil god arm and evil god claw. Naturally, because he was trying to possess Qin Wentian, he could only do so. Damn it! I can only have my king descend in advance. The eyes of the evil god tribe member who had taken over his body flickered with ferocious light. In an instant, after blocking Chunzong's sword light, the members of the evil god race started to chant. Their language was extremely strange and unique. It was the language of the evil god race, as though they were performing a sacrificial ritual. Chu Shanha's body trembled uncontrollably. In the next breath, the blood-colored patterns on his body that had disappeared lit up once again. They shone and became even brighter. Chu Shanha's expression changed drastically. This was because he discovered that the blood-colored patterns that lit up this time weren't activated by him. It wasn't controlled by him. Instead, it was activated passively, and it was beyond his control. A bad feeling spread out from Chu Shanha's heart. Shut up, shut up. Chu Shanha immediately roared at the evil god race member. He wanted to attack, but he discovered that he couldn't move. He couldn't move at all. Chunzong also rushed over immediately. This was because he had a bad feeling in the depths of his heart. Kill. The evil god race member didn't dodge or evade. He was directly pierced by Chunzong's sword light. However, he didn't die and continued to chant. The blood-colored light on Chu Shana's body became increasingly dense, directly enveloping him. Waves of obscure and extremely evil aura spread out from Chu Shana's body, surging in all directions. The blood-colored ripples surged like waves, surging in all directions. Impact. Spread. The power was extremely terrifying. It actually made it difficult for Chunzong to get close. The evil god race member's body was broken, but he still continued to chant. His voice became increasingly loud, and his expression became increasingly strange and fanatical. Accumulate power. Strike. Kill. In the end, when the chanting reached its peak, the evil god race member's head was also shattered by Chunzong's sword across space. The chanting also suddenly stopped and fell silent. After losing the chanting, the blood-colored light flickered incessantly, as if it would extinguish and dissipate at any moment. In an instant, the blood-colored light flashed explosively. It was as if an extremely terrifying roar rang out. The blood-colored light became increasingly intense. It vaguely seemed to tear apart the void, drawing an even more evil power. Surging, sweeping, biting cold, domineering, strange. Chunzong's expression was extremely grave. He attacked with his sword light, but it was blocked by the blood-colored light, unable to damage it at all. From the bottom of his heart, Chunzong felt that something was amiss. He immediately sent a message to the Yuan sect master and the others, asking them to rush over as quickly as possible. The rumbling sounds were vast and mighty. The blood-colored light was extremely strong, like a blooming blood-colored flower. Immediately after, a blood-colored light shot up into the sky, as if it had broken through the limits of the stars and rushed into the void. This kind of momentum made Chunzong extremely shocked. Recover. Chunzong continued to recover his strength. This was because there might be a tough battle coming up. Although he had already sent a message to the Yuan sect master, it would still take some time for the other party to receive the message and rush over as quickly as possible. Even if he had the void-flying ship, he would not be able to cross such a long distance in a short period of time. Now, he had to fight with all his might and kill the other party. Chunzong's gaze became increasingly cold. His killing intent was also constantly gathering and condensing around him. The blood-colored light was incomparably dazzling. It was as if a blood-colored sun was burning fiercely. The strange, cold, and overbearing feeling filled all directions, repelling everything. It was obviously cold, but it also had a feeling that it could burn everything into nothingness. Moreover, Chunzong acutely sensed that an extremely evil aura was condensing within the blood-colored flames, as if it was awakening. Restrain. The endless blood-colored light began to restrain, shrink, and finally cover the body. Under Chunzong's gaze, a figure appeared. This figure was still Chu Shanha, but his pupils had completely turned into vertical slits. His long hair was dyed with a layer of red light, fluttering nonstop. However, Chunzong was sure that this person was no longer Chu Shanha. It was just that the body was Chu Shanha's. This was because at this moment, Chu Shanha was filled with an extremely evil aura. It was different from the evil aura from before. The look in his eyes was also completely different. It was a strange look, as if he was looking down on an ant from above. As for the other member of the evil god tribe, he had already died. In order to bring forward the plan and allow the king to descend, he had paid a huge price, and his soul had been destroyed. This body is truly weak, Chu Shanha spoke. Chu Shanha spoke. However, that voice didn't belong to Chu Shanha. Instead, it was another voice. This voice was somewhat cryptic, somewhat hoarse, and somewhat low. When it rang out, it was like a gigantic beast was roaring in the air. A terrifying might could suppress the heavens and earth. Just a single sentence was enough to make Chunzong feel pressure. This pressure was like the pressure brought about by the difference in the level of life. Moreover, for some unknown reason, Chunzong could clearly sense the aura of the evil god tribe from the other party's body. It was a very dense aura of the evil god tribe. It was as strong as the sun, and there was no concealment. However, as time passed, the powerful aura of the evil god tribe also rapidly retracted. In the end, it was completely retracted. Even Chunzong could not sense it. "Who are you?" Chunzong asked with a serious expression. I am the king. Ant." Chu Shanhe suddenly laughed maniacally. As he laughed maniacally, he also said at the same time, his gaze was as if he was looking down on an ant. "Ant, why aren't you kneeling?" "King." Chunzong frowned slightly. The aura of the other party from the evil god tribe could not be faked. It was really from the evil god tribe. It was really a very strong aura. "King. Could it be the king of the evil god tribe?" If it was the king of the evil god tribe, then it was really a big fish. Moreover, it was a prehistoric big fish. For some reason, Chunzong felt agitated. It was an agitation and throbbing that came from the depths of his heart. "Kill." Without hesitation and mercy, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. Heart fire burn. The power of the Taichu sword origin body. 10,000 swords return. The sword Dao domain covered and suppressed. Together with the 10,000 swords return, it was extremely powerful. Chu Shanhe frowned slightly, but he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he stretched out an arm, clenched his fist tightly, and punched out. With a loud boom, the void shook, and countless ripples spread out continuously. The sword light collided with that fist in an instant. After a slight pause, it shattered inch by inch. However, Chu Shanhe frowned, and his expression changed drastically. His fist shattered directly, and just like the sword light, his entire fist exploded into pieces. However, in the next breath, as the flesh wriggled, the fist regrew as if it was completely intact. So weak. Chu Shanhe could not help but shake his head and sigh. He was referring to the body that he had taken over. It was really very weak. There was no other way. According to the original plan, he would first let his clansmen find a suitable host, and then lure the other party to use the flesh reincarnation array to strengthen himself. The host had to be suitable, but it could not be too strong. The imminent deity realm was not suitable. The imminent deity realm was just right. Chu Shanhe's body was just right for a host. Moreover, because of the power, he had almost gone berserk and was obsessed with power. Thus, the flesh reincarnation array came in handy. When Chu Shanhe began to use the flesh reincarnation array, he had already been branded with the king's mark. He could descend and take over this body at any time. However, the best way was to complete the flesh reincarnation array 3 times before descending. But now, only the second time was completed. It was not strong enough to bear the king's power completely. The difference in power between the second and third level of the flesh reincarnation array was more than 100 times. Helpless, after Chu Shanhe had gained some power, he had been impatient to take revenge, so he had taken the initiative to challenge Chunzong. This had led to this unforeseen and irreversible development. Left with no other choice, in order to not fail, he could only summon King's soul consciousness ahead of time and seize Chu Shanhe's body. In that case, I'll let you, an ant, experience my power. Chapter 21-24. The blood-red light was like a blazing sun, once again shooting out in all directions. The streaks were extremely domineering, extremely strange, and extremely evil. Chu Shanhe's body, which was covered by the blood-red light, started to undergo astonishing changes. Through the blood-red light, Chunzong's sharp eyes could vaguely see that Chu Shanhe's body was continuously stretching and expanding. Waves of strange sounds rang out, as if his bones were being crushed and his tendons were being torn apart, causing one's hair to stand on end. This was accompanied by strange and low roars, as if he was enduring extreme pain. Chunzong took the opportunity to attack with his sword. The sword light was very strong, but it was unable to penetrate that layer of blood-red light. From the beginning to the end of the transformation, it took less than 10 breaths of time. The blood-red light was once again withdrawn. However, this time around, the blood-red light did not completely disappear. Instead, it solidified and turned into a solid form, turning into a set of hideous blood-red battle armor that covered that strong and huge body. Chushana's appearance had changed greatly, completely different from his original appearance. His blood-red hair was thick and long, waving continuously like seaweed in the water or like a poisonous snake swaying incessantly. It looked extremely evil and slippery, causing one's hair to stand on end. His face had also changed greatly. His eyes had become vertical, and there was a horizontal scar in the center of his brows, as if he had a single closed eye. He had no nose, but his mouth was very big. The arc was astonishing, stretching from his left cheek to his right cheek. It was very strange and gave off an extremely ferocious feeling. His ears were long and thin like blades. His strong body was clad in a set of hideous blood-red battle armor that was extremely close to his body. That face was the same as the appearance of the evil god tribe that Chunzong had seen earlier. However, his hands were different from the information he had obtained about the evil god tribe. They were not like the evil god arm and evil god claw. His two arms were the same length and thickness, but when his 5 fingers opened and closed, 5 slender and sharp claws shot out. They were like blades, as if they could tear through everything. This evil god tribe member was 3 meters tall, much taller than Chunzong. His body was also extremely muscular, and the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying, causing Chunzong's heart to palpitate. His body floated in the air, floating up and down. The scarlet cloak on his back fluttered in the wind like a large flag. Is this the suppression of the void will? The Cthulhu King moved his hands and feet. He felt his entire body being suppressed and repelled by an invisible force. It was very uncomfortable. He could not fully display his powerful strength. This feeling was very unpleasant. Unfortunately, if Chu Shanhe could complete the sacrifice of the fleshly reincarnation array 3 times, not only would he be able to descend most of his consciousness, but he would also be able to better adapt to the suppression of the void will. But now, the human had only completed 2 sacrifices to the flesh reincarnation array, so he could only send a small part of his divine soul consciousness. After manifesting the evil god's true body, he couldn't quickly adapt and break free from the suppression of the void will. Based on this situation, if he wanted to adapt and break free from the suppression of the void will, he would need to spend at least a few hundred years. Now, only a small part of his divine soul consciousness carried power. Naturally, it wouldn't be too strong. Also, it was suppressed by the void will, which weakened most of it. After manifesting the evil god's true body, he could only use a small part of his own strength. However, even with his strength, it was enough to get rid of the ant in front of him. Then, he would start from this ant and step on his path to dominate the void. The suppression of his true body was even more obvious and uncomfortable. Then, he would quickly get rid of this ant and transform back into his human form. Only then would he be able to adapt better and move. Chunzong's expression was very serious. The Cthulhu King in front of him gave him a feeling of doom. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately flew back and quickly took out the void flying ship. He only needed 1 breath to enter the flying ship and use the void to defend. It seemed like there were many thoughts and ideas, but in reality, only a short 1 or 2 breaths had passed since the Cthulhu King manifested his true body. With a boom, the Cthulhu King attacked and threw a punch. Chunzong didn't notice any prelude to this punch. There were no signs. When he felt it, it had already arrived. It was too fast, too sudden, and extremely ferocious. It completely locked onto Chunzong, making it impossible for Chunzong to escape and enter the void. It was as if time and space were locked. Fortunately, Chunzong's reaction was also very fast. Sword will field. 10,000 swords return. This sword could not only be used to attack, but also to defend. But in an instant, countless sword lights were shattered, exploding like sparks. The extremely powerful, domineering, violent, and ferocious fist energy directly shattered the sword lights and mercilessly hit Chunzong's body. After this punch, the Cthulhu King prepared to retract his Cthulhu true body. Because he had full confidence in the power of his punch, it was enough to destroy his opponent. Chunzong was also directly hit by this punch. With a bang, he flew out. In an instant, the power of that punch was weakened by the heartprint treasure robe. But it was no longer 70%, but 50%. Chunzong didn't know why it was like this, and he didn't have time to think about it. The remaining 50% still had a terrifying power. After passing through the heartprint treasure robe, it directly hit Chunzong's body. At this moment, the benefits of Chunzong's breakthrough in body refining and chi refining at the same time were reflected. The powerful world divine body had amazing strength and defensive power. It blocked the power of the punch, but the terrible power kept blasting into Chunzong's divine body. The world Tao revolved, swallowing the violent, strange, and domineering power. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, as if a destructive hurricane had swept past. The grass and trees were cut, the rivers flowed in reverse, and the mountains were blown up. Too powerful. The power that hit his body was too strong. It was beyond Chunzong's tolerance level. If it wasn't for the strength of the world divine body and the mystery of the world Tao, Chunzong would have been blown up by this punch. This punch had already surpassed many Tao manipulation realm experts. As for whether it had reached the origin demon realm, Chunzong wasn't sure. But even if it hadn't reached the origin demon realm, it was almost invincible in the Tao manipulation realm. In an instant, Chunzong flew out dozens of meters before stopping. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but he wasn't killed, nor did he fall. "You actually blocked my punch." The Cthulhu King's face was full of surprise. His vertical eye shrunk and condensed. Unbelievable! An ant had actually blocked his punch. It was hard to imagine. Since that was the case, then he would just add another punch. Without any pretense, the Cthulhu King's figure flashed. He turned into a red lightning bolt and swept across the sky, appearing in front of Chunzong. When Chunzong saw his opponent's figure, his chest was punched again. This punch was much heavier and more violent than the previous one. It was still weakened by 50% by the heart-in treasured robe, but the remaining 50% was still extremely terrifying. It made Chunzong feel as if his chest had been shattered, and his internal organs had also been shattered. Intense pain swept through every part of his body. However, the strong world divine body still managed to block it. He only spat out a mouthful of blood but didn't die. Chunzong even took the opportunity to attack with his sword. Ancestral sword. This sword directly hit the Cthulhu King's body. It immediately injured the Cthulhu King, leaving a palm-sized wound that was dripping with blood. The Cthulhu King was stunned again. The second punch was a punch that he could use 100% of his strength. He actually managed to block it, and still had the strength to counterattack and injure him. Even in the Cthulhu tribe, at the same level, they couldn't do this. This one was really not ordinary. If he was given more time, he might become a real opponent. Unfortunately, for the Sacred Tribe's plan, he had to die. Otherwise, he would only bring trouble to the Sacred Tribe in the future. Although that sword had injured the Cthulhu King, it was nothing to the Cthulhu King. The third punch, the fourth punch, the fifth punch. In an instant, the Cthulhu King went all out. He waved his arms and punched continuously. Boom, 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 boom. Every punch had 100% of his strength. In an instant, he punched dozens of times. All of them landed on Chunzong's body. Chunzong was forced to retreat, his body trembling. Even with the weakening of the heartprint treasure robe and the strength of the world divine body, he couldn't withstand so many powerful punches. In an instant, his skin was shattered, his bones were broken, and his organs were shattered. His entire body seemed to have been shattered. Chunzong flew hundreds of meters away and landed heavily on the ground. He didn't move. He felt like his body was shattered. His consciousness was still somewhat clear. Chunzong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that the gap between him and his opponent would be so big. Just when he felt that he was no match for the Cthulhu King and was about to use the evanescent ship to protect himself, he was punched. After that, he completely lost control and was hit by the Cthulhu King. Now, with his remaining consciousness, he couldn't enter the evanescent ship that was hundreds of meters away. He was in a desperate situation. He was at the end of his rope. As for the Heartsword seal, it didn't do anything. It seemed like it couldn't do anything about the current situation, unless the Cthulhu King invaded his deity ocean with his godly soul. Only then would he be able to trigger the Heartsword seal's counterattack, just like what happened to Sword Master Dong Ting. However, Chunzong wasn't very confident. However, the Cthulhu King didn't have the intention to take over Chunzong's body. He raised his fist. Light gathered on his fist. It was blood red, as if it was condensed into a ball of sun. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from his fist. This was a punch that had accumulated power. It was a punch that surpassed one's limits. If this punch landed, it would directly shatter Chunzong's body and kill him completely. Release my seal quickly. Danger struck. Death shrouded him. Chunzong didn't give up. However, he felt powerless. In his deity ocean, a strange, sharp voice sounded. Quick, release my seal quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Chunzong recognized it. It was the strange black shadow that was hit by his 9-spirit sealing techniques. Its tone was very panicked. It seemed like if Chunzong was killed, it would die too. Chapter 21-25. Quick, get in the car. Single-hearted holy man did not seem to have given Chunzong any special life-saving measures. Of course, it was not that he did not have any. At least the Heartprint Treasure Robe was an excellent life-saving measure. 4 imminent god-level equipment. The first level was the mortal godly equipment. The second level was the spiritual godly equipment. The Heartprint Treasure Robe was actually a spiritual godly equipment. The value of a spiritual godly equipment was very high, very shocking, much higher than a mortal godly equipment. The forging materials, difficulty, and effects were all different. The Heartprint Treasure Robe was not a normal spiritual godly equipment. Not only did it have the effect of weakening attacks, it also had another effect. This was something that Chunzong did not know. Previously, it had been temporarily sealed, and it was only now that the seal had been broken. This was also a test set by a single-hearted holy man. One had to say, single-hearted holy man's way of treating his disciple was really simple and violent, as if he did not consider whether he would be beaten to death. But no matter what, the seal of the Heartprint Treasure Robe was broken violently, and it truly displayed the power that a spiritual godly equipment should have. Following the buzzing sound, a layer of faint light flowed out from the Heartprint Treasure Robe, covering every part of Chunzong's body. Chunzong could clearly feel that, as the layer of light flowed, a cool aura instantly seeped into his almost shattered body, and his body recovered at a shocking speed. At this speed, it would not take long for him to fully recover. Boom! Just as Chunzong was shocked, the Cthulhu King's terrifying punch that surpassed the limit instantly landed, directly on Chunzong's body. But the light released from the Heartprint Treasure Robe covered Chunzong's entire body and blocked the extremely terrifying punch that was enough to smash Chunzong into pieces. At the same time, the light vibrated intensely and was quickly consumed. The Cthulhu King was slightly stunned. It was blocked again. Once again, it was out of his expectations. If this ant did not die, he would not be at ease. Since that was the case, then he would use his last resort. In an instant, the Cthulhu King's vertical eye closed, but the eye mark between his brows trembled slightly, as if it was using all its strength to open. One breath, the eye mark between his eyebrows seemed to have been forced open, and a crack opened. It was indeed an eye, but it was different from a vertical eye. It was a horizontal eye. For some reason, the eye between his eyebrows was not completely open. It only opened a slit, as if it was squinting. A wisp of blood-red light fluctuated within it, looking extremely evil. In the next moment, a faint, almost transparent red light shot out from the slightly opened eye, directly towards Chunzong's forehead. Although his body quickly recovered under the power of the heart-in treasure robe, Chunzong still found it difficult to move. Furthermore, the speed of the red light was extremely fast. Even at his peak, it would be difficult for him to dodge it. As for the light that could withstand the Cthulhu King's ultimate attack, it seemed to have lost its effect as well, and was directly pierced through. Although the heart-in treasure robe was brilliant, it was not omnipotent. The red light, which was almost transparent, did not seem to exist at all. It was a power at the level of the spiritual soul. This attack would directly crush Chunzong's spiritual soul. As long as the spiritual soul was crushed, he would die immediately. As the red light shot out, the horizontal eye between the Cthulhu King's brows also quickly closed. His face was slightly pale, and his aura seemed to have decreased slightly. If his spiritual consciousness were to descend completely, there would not be any side effects if he used it once or twice. But now, only a small part of his spiritual consciousness had descended, not even 1% of it. It was a bit too much to use this method. Hence, after using it once, he felt a heavy burden and could not use it a second time. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover. Furthermore, his own strength was also affected. It had decreased by at least 30%, and he would need a long time to recover. Another point was that the time he needed to adapt to the void suppression was also extended. When the red light shot into between his brows, Chunzong's eyes became dull. Only the power of the heart-in treasure robe continued to heal his almost broken body, and quickly healed it. In the deity ocean, the strange black shadow that was sealed by the spirit sealing technique was still screaming for Chunzong to release its seal. But Chunzong did not immediately do so, because the black shadow was too strange, and he was extremely afraid of it. The red light, which was almost transparent, shot in, and instantly, it hit Chunzong's spiritual soul. In that instant, Chunzong only felt that his spiritual soul was pierced by a long spear. It was extremely painful, and a strange, cold aura spread out. It also seemed to have a shocking heat. Extreme pain. Incomparable pain wreaked havoc in his spiritual body. He felt as if his spiritual body was being torn apart and ground to pieces. Even though Chunzong's willpower was extremely strong and shocking, he could not withstand it. But this time, the Cthulhu King had obviously underestimated Chunzong again. He did not know that Chunzong's spiritual soul was actually very strong. That attack only injured Chunzong's spiritual soul, but was unable to truly destroy it. But the extreme pain of his spiritual soul being pierced and torn apart was still very uncomfortable. In an instant, Chunzong's spiritual soul was heavily injured. His entire consciousness started to become dizzy, as if he was about to faint. In the past, Chunzong had suffered many injuries, but they were all physical injuries. This time, not only was his body heavily injured, even his spiritual soul was heavily injured. He did not know when he would be able to recover. It would probably be very difficult. After all, the spiritual soul was much more mysterious than the body. Even a slight injury would take a lot of time and effort. Now that he was heavily injured, it was almost impossible to recover. This time, he had really suffered a great loss. Although he had met a big fish, this big fish was too fierce. He could not eat it. Ever since he broke through to the illuminating God realm, Chunzong had been very successful. In addition, he had divine senses. Once there was any danger, he could react in the shortest amount of time. This time, he failed miserably. The Cthulhu King was too strange. When Chunzong felt an extremely strong sense of danger, his reaction was also very fast. Normally, he would be able to avoid it and enter the void escape. Who knew that the Cthulhu King's attack came without warning? It was extremely fast, and he was hit directly. Chunzong did not know that the Cthulhu King was equivalent to a dominator. Even if it was less than 1% of his spiritual soul, it was still very scary. Fortunately, the Cthulhu King's spiritual soul was less than 1%. If it was more, that attack might have been enough to destroy Chunzong's spiritual soul. In terms of the strength of his spiritual soul, Chunzong could not compare to a dominator. "Release my seal quickly, or we will all die." The strange black shadow screamed in panic. It did not want to die. At the crucial moment, Chunzong was so dizzy that he was about to faint. He used the last of his strength to release the 9 soul sealing techniques on the strange black shadow. Releasing the 9 soul sealing techniques also seemed to have used up the last of Chunzong's spiritual soul. The feeling of dizziness that was slowly fading suddenly surged like a flood that broke through a dam. It directly destroyed Chunzong's spiritual soul. In an instant, he fell into an abyss, a bottomless black abyss. He kept falling until he completely fainted. Yaha! After breaking free from the 9 soul sealing techniques, the strange black shadow's eyes glowed red. It suddenly let out an extremely joyful and proud laugh that reverberated in the deity ocean. He was free. He finally broke free from the damned soul sealing technique. He was free. Moreover, from now on, everything would be under his control. He no longer looked like he was bound. He had a real body and could walk freely in the world. He was a real life. From now on, I am Chunzong. Ants in the void, receive the descent of this demon. Tremble. The black shadow turned into a human figure and danced in the deity's sea. It was extremely excited. Soon after, he recalled that his body was still in danger at this very moment. He had to quickly regain control of it and react quickly. Without hesitation, the black shadow shook again and turned from a human figure into a black screen. It covered the sky and rushed towards Chunzong's spiritual soul. In the next moment, it directly wrapped around Chunzong's spiritual soul, as if it was going to swallow it. After swallowing Chunzong's spiritual soul, the black shadow condensed into a human figure again. It looked extremely clear and solid. It was Chunzong's appearance. Under the power of the heartprint treasure robe, Chunzong's almost broken body had basically recovered. The heartprint treasure robe's light also became extremely weak. In the next moment, the light disappeared. The Cthulhu King, who sensed that this ant still had breath and was not completely dead, was completely enraged. He had already used many methods, even methods that he did not want to use, but he still could not kill him. And it looked like the body that was almost broken by him had recovered. Why was this ant so difficult to deal with? If these so-called humans were as difficult to deal with as this ant, the Divine Tribe's plan would be more than 10 times more difficult to carry out. There was also a high possibility of failure. The Divine Tribe could not afford to fail. Once they failed, they would be homeless and destroyed in the void. Punch! The Cthulhu King punched again. Since the attack just now did not kill his opponent, then this time he had to be more thorough. Even if he had to burn the life of this body, he had to kill this ant. With a boom, that punch directly hit Chunzong's body. But in that instant, Chunzong's dull and lifeless eyes suddenly brightened, as if there was a flash of blood-red light. With unparalleled speed, his body did not move, but he slid back in an instant, dodging that extremely terrifying punch. The ground was directly blasted open. Crushed soil flew everywhere, revealing a huge crater. But this punch did not hit Chunzong. The Cthulhu King was stunned again. He did not know how many times he had been surprised. Chapter 21-26. Little Rice Dumpling has turned evil. He is no longer the pure little rice dumpling of the past. The wind blew, and the wild grass was like waves. Chunzong's figure floated in the air, his tattered robe flapping in the wind. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a large flag. Unknowingly, the tip of his hair was dyed with a layer of red light, resembling the color of blood. Although his clothes were tattered, his face was suffused with a hint of evilness. It was completely different from Chunzong's usual expression. Within the evilness, there was a hint of arrogance. His pair of eyes that were dark and deep like a black abyss revealed contempt for the common people, looking down on all things as if they were ants, high and mighty. Little bastard of the evil god tribe, a strange species born with a deformity, you look so ugly but you still dare to come out and cause trouble. Chunzong opened his mouth, and a thick sense of mockery came out of his mouth. His voice was not as sharp as it was in the deity ocean, but there was an indescribable magnetism in the sharpness. If you ignored the content of the words, just the sound alone was very attractive, as if it could capture one's mind and make one unable to help but listen. The Cthulhu King's head twitched slightly, and a surge of anger was unknowingly drawn, growing from the deepest part of his heart. "Weakling, take my sword." When the voice full of mockery rang out, a stream of light flashed in front of him, and an extremely sharp sword light, as if it could pierce through everything, tore through the void and attacked. It was extremely fast. It was so fast that the Cthulhu King's eyes trembled, and the sword light was already in front of him, and actually made the Cthulhu King feel a sense of danger. Punch! Dodge! The Cthulhu King's reaction was also extremely fast, but as he punched out, he missed. That sword light was like an illusion, and in the next moment, the Cthulhu King's stomach took a heavy hit. That hit was extremely powerful, and even had a penetrating force, directly entering his body through his stomach and attacking his organs. Even though the Cthulhu King's body was strong, but because of the restrictions, he could not help but fly out after taking such a heavy hit. His organs seemed to be twisted into a ball, and he was in extreme pain. Compared to the pain on his body, his heart was more difficult to accept. Why? Why was an ant that was almost crippled by him, just now, able to attack him now? Ugly, you don't have a nose, so why don't you suffocate? A voice filled with ridicule that caused one to feel incomparably disgusted once again entered one's ears. It pierced one's heart as disgust and anger involuntarily erupted. "Weakling, take another kick from me." The attack on the Cthulhu King's stomach just now was a kick attack, and now Chunzong was using the same move again. His leg carried the terrifying strength of a thunderbolt and attacked ferociously. The defensive power of the godly physique of the second transformation world was astonishing, but its power was not weak either. Even a mountain would be crushed under its feet. With such a kick, the fact that the Cthulhu King did not explode on the spot meant that the Cthulhu King's body was shockingly strong. Of course, the real body of the evil god was very powerful, but that was just a bonus. Therefore, it was not easy to be directly kicked by Chunzong. Hearing Chunzong's next kick, the momentum was vast and mighty, like the turbulent wind and thunder. It seemed to be even more powerful. The Cthulhu King raised his leg without hesitation and abruptly used his knee to propel himself upwards, as if he could shatter the sky. However, Chunzong's kick, which seemed to be full of wind and thunder, was another feint. The real attack was the sword in his hand. The sword light arrived. The Cthulhu King's reaction was extremely fast, but he could not avoid being hit by the sword. He was directly slashed, and a deep wound was left on his body. The extreme heart phaseless sword was Chunzong's natal divine weapon. In terms of level, it was at the level of a mortal divine weapon. However, it could be considered a top mortal divine weapon, and its sharpness was extremely shocking. Especially because it was a natal divine weapon, the power it unleashed in Chunzong's hands was not inferior to a pseudo-spirit divine weapon. "You're really stupid." Chunzong mocked again. The Cthulhu King felt that his anger was almost full. He was originally just an ant, but now he could hurt him twice in a row. And for some reason, he kept mocking him. His style had changed drastically. "Retreat." The Cthulhu King stared at Chunzong with a serious expression. "You're not that ant just now. Who are you?" No matter how slow the Cthulhu King was, he realized that something was wrong. The body was still the same body. The person was still the same person, but the soul should not be the same. Could it be that, unknowingly, someone had taken over his body, right under his nose? If that was the case, this method was too clever. The Cthulhu King became more and more wary of this human, and began to consider the feasibility of the Holy Clan's plan. Unfortunately, the Cthulhu King met Chunzong as soon as he descended. He could not be killed, and even underwent such a strange change. He was beginning to doubt his life. "Of course I'm not that kind of weakling. Please call me the Great Demon King." Chunzong replied with an evil smile. His body suddenly flashed, and he approached the Cthulhu King again. "Take another attack from me." This time, the Cthulhu King dodged the sword and blocked the leg attack. However, his head was hit by Chunzong's left fist, and his face was distorted. Anger. Extreme anger. Incomparable anger. The Cthulhu King, who was enraged to the extreme, started burning with blood-red flames. This was burning his own life force, a method that he was unwilling to use before. Once it was burned, the body of this human that it had taken over would be as good as crippled. If it couldn't find another body to reincarnate into within a short period of time, things would be really bad for it. But now, for the sake of the Cthulhu King's dignity, he couldn't care less. Chunzong had an evil smile on his face, but there was a hint of seriousness in his deep eyes. This Cthulhu King was very strong. As for calling him a weakling, in front of yours truly, everything is a weakling. This was a mysterious confidence. "That's how you use your strength when you're a weakling," muttered Chunzong as he held his sword and attacked again. Sword Dao Domain. In an instant, the Sword Tao Domain expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. It was 10 times more than what Chunzong used. As for the current Chunzong, of course, it wasn't the previous Chunzong, but the ghostly black shadow that had taken over him. Because of this, he called the previous Chunzong the predecessor. Suppress. The power of the Sword Dao Domain within 1,000 meters was obviously much stronger. It landed directly on the Cthulhu King's body, suppressing him like a sword mountain. Then, the blood-red flames on the Cthulhu King's body were suppressed, as if they were going to be extinguished. This was the suppression of the Sword Dao Domain. It also showed that in terms of the application of the Sword Dao Domain, Chunzong was still a newbie, at the same level as a newbie. But this strange black shadow was even more brilliant. It was as if it understood all of his powers better than Chunzong. 10,000 swords return. With one strike, 10,000 rays of sword light condensed into one. It wasn't as majestic or vast, but it felt like it had been condensed to the extreme, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. It was incomparably compressed and condensed to the extreme, and its penetrative power was extremely shocking. In comparison, Chunzong's 10,000 swords return to origin seemed so crude. The Sword Dao Domain instantly suppressed, and the ultimate sect convergence swords attacked. The Cthulhu King couldn't dodge in time and was hit. His body was penetrated in an instant, and the terrifying sword chi invaded his body and wreaked havoc. In terms of power, the Cthulhu King was at the peak of the Dao manipulation realm. Although he hadn't reached the Yuan Ming realm, he was almost invincible in the Dao manipulation realm. Such powerful power, but he was still suppressed by Chunzong at this moment. After the Sword Dao Domain expanded 10 times, its power was fully unleashed. It was extremely shocking, and the sect convergent swords was also deduced to the extreme. Under the combination of the Sword Dao Domain, it was even more shocking. On the other hand, although the Cthulhu King was very strong, he had only sent less than 1% of his divine soul consciousness. Furthermore, in order to destroy Chunzong's divine soul, he had forcefully used a divine soul attack, causing his own divine soul to be affected. His originally limited and suppressed powers were now even lower, and his reactions were even slower. Because of this, he was instantly suppressed by the Sword Dao Domain. Just as he was about to break free, he was immediately hit. After the sword pierced through the Cthulhu King, Chunzong didn't stop and immediately swung the second sword. Blood filled the air, and a bloody light swept across. A blood prison descended. Great Massacre Blood Prison Secret Sword. One of the Eastern Court Sword Mountain's Massacre Academy's secret sword techniques. It focused on massacre, and its power was extremely terrifying. Chunzong had cultivated it to the second level, which was the heavenly mystique level. But at this moment, when it was displayed, a bloody light shone in all directions. It was like a bloody red sun that emitted endless rays of light. An extremely shocking murderous intent and killing intent swept out like a volcano's magma that was about to erupt. As if it had received some kind of invisible boost, it seemed to be much more powerful than when Chunzong used his own sword. Because this sword was a negative, evil sword, a killing sword, as if it had received an infinite boost. Slash! The bloody sword light slashed down, turning into a blood prison. It instantly merged with the sword Dao domain and directly landed on the injured Cthulhu King. The endless, terrifying massacre blood prison sword Qi raged wildly cutting into the Cthulhu King's body. The powerful Cthulhu true body couldn't resist at all and kept screaming. The Cthulhu King's heart was filled with shock. How could it be? How could a mere ant be so strong? Damn it! Without hesitation, the Cthulhu King prepared to self-destruct this Cthulhu true body, even if it would damage his own soul. In front of me, you don't have a chance. A voice filled with malice suddenly pierced through the endless sword Qi and entered his ears as if it went straight into his heart. For no reason, a sense of impatience emerged from the depths of his heart and turned into a small flame that burned. Then the impatience, anger, killing intent, and other negative emotions all turned into nutrients, causing the small flame to burn brightly in an instant, burning fiercely. Destruction, destruction, massacre. Countless evil thoughts were born, and under the burning flame in his heart, they seemed to be constantly magnified, to the point that it completely interfered with the Cthulhu King's thoughts and calmness, making him even more shocked. Chapter 21-27. Under the Sword Tao territory, it merged with the bloodlight and turned into a blood prison. The endless killing sword aura kept tearing apart the Cthulhu King's Cthulhu true body. A ball of fire kept burning in the Cthulhu King's heart. The angrier the Cthulhu King was, the stronger his killing intent. The fire burned even brighter, as if it wanted to burn everything. The fire was the fire in his heart. It was invisible, but it existed according to his mind. To extinguish the fire, one had to have no evil intentions. Weak chicken, ugly thing without a nose, naturally deformed freak, obediently offer up your divine soul, and let me have a taste. Chen Zongxia laughed and mocked continuously. His left hand suddenly opened and grabbed in front of him. A black glow condensed in his palm, as if he was absorbing something from a void, after which it swept out like a vortex, transforming into a pitch-black vortex at the center of his palm. It spun unsteadily, like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. Activate. It was as if a black hole had appeared in his palm. A shocking suction force grew stronger and stronger, reaching its limit. But strangely, the surroundings were not affected at all. The only thing that was affected was the Cthulhu King's soul. Shenzong's expression was serious. His eyes were dark. As it spun, it was like a black whirlpool. It was obvious that he was using all his strength. The Cthulhu King endured the pain of the fire burning in his heart. At the same time, he had to resist Chen Zong's absorption of his soul. He also had to deal with the pain of the killing sword aura. His soul was slowly being pulled out of his body. In the end, this body was not his. It was reincarnated. Also, it was suppressed by the void will. It could not unleash its full power. It was limited everywhere. If he had adapted to this space and was no longer suppressed, even if he only had less than 1% of his soul consciousness, he would be able to erupt with even greater strength. It would not be difficult for him to kill this ant in front of him. But now, he was in a situation where he was constantly injured and was limited everywhere. He was like a trapped beast. He was the king of the divine tribe. When had he ever been in such a difficult situation? As if he had made up his mind about something, in an instant, the Cthulhu King seemed to have given up on resisting. His soul flew out of the deity ocean and charged towards Chunzong at a shocking speed. The sudden outburst was extremely shocking. In an instant, it broke free from the suction of the black hole in Chunzong's left palm and flew directly to Chunzong's head. In an instant, it escaped into the spirit sea. You actually delivered yourself to my doorstep. I'm very satisfied. Chunzong immediately retracted his left hand, and the dark vortex disappeared as well. He laughed, and his consciousness immediately sank into his deity ocean. His soul form condensed, and without hesitation, he immediately slashed out with his sword, aiming directly at the Cthulhu King's soul form. The Cthulhu King's idea was very good, and that was to take the risk and steal this person's body. At least it was better than the human's body from before. The potential was much greater. Of course, it was also very dangerous. After all, without the sacrifice of flesh and blood reincarnation, there was no compatibility. The probability of failure was more than 90%. But now that things had come to this, he could only take the risk. But the Cthulhu King quickly lost all hope. In this place, he had further lost his advantage. His opponent was very scary. Every slash of the sword on his body felt like it was being torn apart, and it was extremely painful. Not long after, the Cthulhu King's divine soul body was actually cut into pieces, as if it was being torn apart by 5 horses. In the next breath, the black shadow expanded and instantly swallowed the Cthulhu King's divine soul that was being torn into pieces. As long as it swallowed this evil soul, it would become even stronger. In the next moment, the black shadow's red eyes shone with anger and shock as if it was caught off guard. Damn it, this time it's over. With a boom, an extremely shocking explosion exploded from within the black shadow. The extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to explode the black shadow into pieces, directly opened it up like a balloon that had been blown to its limit. This time, it's your lucky day. Weak predecessor, don't die so quickly. The screams died down, and the black shadow also exploded, turning into countless black fragments that flew in all directions. As if it had been directly blown up, it turned into powder and disappeared into the deity ocean. A soul floated up and down, glowing with layers of halos. It gradually stretched out, and immediately the dormant consciousness within it gradually woke up. Some soft voices were heard. I recovered. Chunzong was in disbelief. He was not directly hit by the Cthulhu King's soul attack, and then his soul was damaged. His consciousness kept sinking, and he was about to fall into a coma. Before he fell into a coma, he released the soul sealing technique seal on the strange black shadow, and after that, he did not know anything. Originally, Chunzong thought that this time, he was in trouble. It would be very, very difficult for him to wake up again. But compared to being killed by the Cthulhu King, there was still some hope. After weighing the pros and cons, Chunzong still released the seal on the strange black shadow and took the risk. He did not think that the current situation would be out of his expectations. In an instant, fragments of memory fragments appeared in Chunzong's soul. They were the memories from when the strange black shadow released the seal and his consciousness fell into a coma to when he woke up. This also let Chunzong know that it was a small part of the memories of the strange black shadow. Through these memory fragments and his own deduction, Chunzong was able to recover the entire incident. Suddenly, he was incomparably astonished. Just as the black shadow had said, it was indeed one with his soul. More accurately, it was one with 2 sides. Inner Demon. The name of the strange black shadow was Inner Demon. What was Inner Demon? Inner Demon. When a cultivator suffered a blow and could not let it go, it formed a shadow in his heart. When the shadow in his heart accumulated to a maximum, it would form an inner demon. When the inner demon caused chaos, he would go crazy, and the consequences would be very serious. However, Chunzong's inner demon seemed to be different from that kind of inner demon, but Chunzong could not tell what the difference was. I remember that Master mentioned in the information that when the One Heart Sutra is cultivated to a high level, there's a possibility that a heart demon will be born. However, my current One Heart Sutra is far from being profound. Chunzong was puzzled. This was clearly not in line with what Master had said. However, the inner demon existed, and it was indeed one with 2 sides of him. To put it simply, he represented the positive side of his soul, which was the so-called good side. Then, The inner demon represented the evil side of his soul. Of course, the so-called good side did not mean that his character was good. It just meant that he was not evil. That was all. But the so-called evil side must be evil. For a moment, Chunzong's mood was very complicated. Inner demon. The purpose of the inner demon was obvious. It was to devour his good side, completely occupy his soul and body, and live in the world as a human. Of course, Chunzong would not let it do as it wished. And this time, the reason why the inner demon went silent and allowed him to recover and wake up was because it was arrogant. It underestimated the power of the Cthulhu King and was severely injured by the Cthulhu King's self-destruction. After the self-destruction of the Cthulhu King's soul, it was naturally over. However, the power of his soul was absorbed by Chunzong's soul and healed the previous injuries. Thus, Chunzong's consciousness also woke up from the silence. What was that feeling? It was as if he had slept, and when he woke up, he realized that the strange black shadow and the strong enemy that could kill him were gone. Of course, the inner demon was still there. It was just that it was severely injured, and he did not know when it would appear again. As for the Cthulhu King, he was dead. He was really dead. Needless to say, Chu Shanhe was even more dead. Chunzong quickly entered the evanescent ship and activated the ship's protective shield. Then he took out some pills to recover his energy and once again observed the battle in the memory fragment. Needless to say, the inner demon's performance of his power was obviously much better than his own. This made Chunzong very confused. Logically speaking, the inner demon and his soul were two sides of the same coin. Since that was the case, it should be similar to his own. However, under the inner demon's performance, the Sword Tao territory expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters, increasing the range by 10 times. Furthermore, the inner demon's use of the Sword Tao territory was obviously better than his own. The suppressive power was very strong and could actually suppress the Cthulhu King's power in an instant. He could not move at all and could only take one strike from his own sword. And that strike was the ancestral swords. It was the same ancestral swords, but its power was much stronger than his own. Its power was more concentrated. Lastly, the power of the Great Massacre Blood Prison was unexpectedly strong. Although he had never used it against an enemy, but in terms of power, it should be about the same as the Cosmic Shatterer's secret sword. However, when it was used by the inner demon, its power was unexpectedly strong. It was as if killing sword techniques were more compatible with the inner demon's performance. Chunzong thought about it again. The inner demon was a collection of evil thoughts. If killing and destruction-type martial arts were to be categorized, it would belong to the evil category. Perhaps this would make it more compatible. Of course, whether it was or not, it was hard to say. However, Chunzong did not belittle himself. With his current ability, covering 100 meters with the Sword Tao territory was indeed a level that he could achieve. If he wanted to reach 1,000 meters, it could be said that it was impossible unless he further understood the mysteries of the Sword Tao territory. It was the same for the ancestral swords. With his current level, that was the limit that he could reach. Of course, if he broke through the limit, he could further strengthen himself. The inner demon's performance was an excellent teaching for him. Those memory images could be a kind of guidance for him, and because he was the one who attacked, it was more intuitive. Chunzong was confident that under such clear and intuitive guidance, his control and application of the Sword Tao territory, as well as the performance of the ancestral swords, would definitely improve further. Looks like I've profited from a disaster this time. Chunzong could not help but laugh. Chapter 21-28. All the negative comments are only temporary. The little dumpling is the true path. On the broken plains, a strong wind blew. The wild grass was swept up like waves. The grass flew and swirled in the air. It was a desolate scene. A flying ship sat on the plains, surrounded by a layer of almost transparent light. It was a protective shield. This flying ship was the Evanescent. Inside the evanescent flying ship, Chunzong was sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed, his attention completely focused on his soul. He began to check the memory fragments of the Cthulhu King after his soul exploded. When Chunzong began to check, just as he was about to look at the important content, it was as if he had touched upon some taboo. A cold snort full of shocking power suddenly sounded. A mere ant dares to pry into the secrets of the sacred ones. That voice seemed to be high up, full of shocking power, as if it was going to attack Chunzong's soul and shatter it. As if separated by countless dimensions, the Cthulhu King's shadow condensed, emitting a terrifying power. But perhaps because it did not have enough power, it only shook Chunzong's consciousness slightly, but did not cause any damage. You killed the sacred ones. You are the sacred one's mortal enemy. From now on, you will be hunted down by the sacred ones. We will not rest until you die. The Cthulhu King's furious roar exploded. In the next moment, the shadow condensed by the Cthulhu King shattered, turning into a mark. That mark was bright red. As if it was flowing with blood, it emitted a shocking evil, directly rushing towards Chunzong's soul. There was no way for Chunzong to dodge. That bright red and extremely evil mark was like a condensed outline of the evil god tribe. It landed directly on Chunzong's soul, forming an imprint. Chunzong's expression changed greatly. The power of his soul was immediately stirred up. Trembling, it all rushed towards the mark, wanting to shatter it. But then Chunzong realized that he could not do anything to the mark. The bright red mark, as if it was flowing with blood, was imprinted on his soul, could not be destroyed, it could not be removed. He tried all kinds of methods, even using the spirit sealing technique to seal it, but it was useless. Fortunately, the bright red mark did not cause any other harm apart from being branded. It was as if it was just a label on his divine soul. Chunzong could vaguely feel a wisp of aura emanating from the bright red mark. Since he couldn't do anything to the mark, Chunzong could only give up for the time being. Based on his conjecture and the memories and knowledge of the Eastern Court Swordmaster, Chunzong felt that this mark was like a distinguishing mechanism. The aura it emitted could allow the evil god tribe to more easily sense his presence. If that's the case, I won't have to search for them one by one. Chunzong sneered, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. The Cthulhu King thought that by branding himself with the Cthulhu mark, the other Cthulhu tribe members would be able to sense his aura more easily and kill him. What they didn't know was that by doing so, they would be exposed to Chunzong, which would make it easier for him to worry about them. Of course, it was also very dangerous. If the Cthulhu tribe had already stolen a high position and sent out their uninformed subordinates to kill Chunzong, it wouldn't be a good thing for Chunzong. It wouldn't be a good thing for the human race either. But if that was really the case, he would kill them. Then, Chunzong carefully checked his deity ocean again, but he didn't find any other traces. For example, the traces of the inner demon had disappeared without a trace. If he could find it, Chunzong's first action would be to destroy it. Even if he couldn't destroy it, he would seal it and then return to the heavenly palace of will to ask his master how to deal with it. Otherwise, the inner demon would be a hidden danger sooner or later. But unfortunately, he couldn't find any trace of it. Chunzong could only give up helplessly. Putting aside everything else and calming down, Chunzong began to cultivate. This battle, especially such a unique experience, had brought him obvious benefits. As he cultivated, Chunzong felt an opportunity for a breakthrough. In outer space, a void-flying ship flew over at an astonishing speed. It quickly rushed into the Wanyuan planet and landed quickly. A figure stood in the flying ship, surrounded by extremely terrifying aura fluctuations. His expression was solemn. It was the sect leader of the Unitary sect. After receiving Chunzong's message, it just so happened that he wasn't too far away from the Wanyuan planet, so he rushed over at full speed. It could be said that he had already done his best. He only hoped that the true disciple of the heavenly palace of will could hold on. If he died, he would be in trouble. Besides, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss. When the sect leader of the Unitary sect arrived and found this field, Chunzong just happened to fly out of the escapee. His aura was much stronger than before. Third, transformation. Third, transformation. That's right. This battle, coupled with the strange experience of the inner demon devouring his soul and possessing his body, had allowed Chunzong to finally break through that bottleneck and break through again. His chi cultivation had reached the third transformation of the Tao control realm, and his body cultivation had reached the third transformation of the divine body realm. As such, Chunzong's basic strength was even stronger, and his overall strength was even more powerful. Sensing a strong aura rapidly approaching, Chunzong immediately looked over and approached the escapee. Looking again, it turned out to be the sect leader of the unitary sect. When he saw Chunzong, the sect leader of the unitary sect breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was still alive, and it seemed that he wasn't injured. When he saw Chunzong, the sect leader of the unitary sect also scanned the surroundings. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly analyzed that not long ago, there had been a fierce battle here. In the end, Chunzong should have won. He just didn't know how Chunzong had won. Chunzong didn't beat around the bush and explained the situation of the battle to the sect leader of the unitary sect. Of course, Chunzong didn't mention the inner demon's appearance, as that had nothing to do with others. As for the Cthulhu King, Chunzong didn't hide it, as it couldn't be hidden, as it was a matter of great importance. As for how to kill the Cthulhu King, Chunzong used the life-saving trump card that his master had left on him as the reason. This was very reasonable, and the sect leader of the unitary sect didn't doubt it at all. Even if he tried, the Heart Holy Man didn't leave any trump card for Chunzong, only a spirit artifact, the Heartprint Treasure Robe. Of course, the Heartprint Treasure Robe was only at the celestial artifact level because it was sealed. It was only until Chunzong left the Heavenly Palace that the Heartprint Treasure Robe released the seal, but it was very subtle, and he didn't say it explicitly, so Chunzong didn't know. This time, if the Cthulhu King hadn't revealed his true form and crippled it, Chunzong wouldn't have known. The Heartprint Treasure Robe was a supreme-grade spirit artifact, and its value was very shocking, at least in a force like the Unitary Sect. The supreme-grade spirit artifact Heartprint Treasure Robe had 2 layers of power. The first layer of power was naturally to defend against attacks, but it wasn't to weaken, but to absorb. It could absorb 70% of an imminent god-level attack, 50% of a Yuan underworld-level attack, and 10% of a transcendent-level attack. The upper limit of its absorption was equivalent to the upper limit of a powerful Yuan underworld level's power. The second layer of power was built on the first layer of power, which was to activate the accumulated power of the Heartprint Treasure Robe after absorbing attacks, and cover the whole body to heal injuries and form a layer of protection. If it was attacked, the protection would resist the attack and continuously consume power. If it wasn't attacked, it would be completely used on healing. And because it was a spirit artifact, it had a certain level of spirituality. Although it couldn't communicate, it had a certain level of autonomy. For example, when Chunzong was heavily injured and almost crippled, the Heartprint Treasure Robe automatically released power to heal Chunzong and resist the Cthulhu King's attack, which gave Chunzong time to remove the seal of the inner demon. Otherwise, even if the inner demon took over Chunzong's body, using a body that was almost crippled and broken, it wouldn't be of any use even if he had the ability to fight. Such a Heartprint Treasure Robe was naturally extremely valuable. As for why it could only absorb 50% of the Cthulhu King's attack power, Chunzong guessed that it was because of the nature of the power, but he wasn't very sure. Now that the Cthulhu King was dead, there was no way to investigate. Hearing Chunzong's description of the Cthulhu King, the Unitary Sect leader's expression was extremely serious. That was clearly an extremely terrifying powerhouse. Only a part of his consciousness had descended, and his power was already so shocking. If all of it descended, how terrifying would it be? The Chu family. The Unitary Sect leader snorted coldly, filled with cold, murderous intent. This matter might not necessarily have anything to do with the Chu family. Chunzong said, He wasn't pleading for the Chu family, but was stating facts. If he wanted to get rid of the Chu family, he would have done it himself long ago. Why would he need to borrow the hands of others? It was just that Shenzong felt that it was still unknown whether the Chu family was involved in this matter, or if it was just Chu Shan's own actions. Of course, there might be other reasons. No matter what, he still needed to investigate first to be sure. Naturally, there were spies from the Unitary sect investigating the Chu family's main house. As for the Chu family's branch on Wanyuan Star, it was just right he could go and investigate. Since the Unitary sect leader had rushed here, of course he would go with him. This was a good opportunity to get closer to the Heavenly Palace's true disciples, and he didn't need to find any excuses. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the Chu family's branch. They didn't beat around the bush and directly use their power to pressure the people of the Chu family to tell them everything about Chu Shanha. The main thing was that in the past year, all of Chu Shanha's actions after arriving on Wanyuan Star, including some of Chu Shanha's words and changes in his expression, were sorted out by Chun Zong and the Unitary sect leader. Then, the two of them checked the underground secret room. As soon as they entered the secret room, they felt an indescribable malice and cold attack. Chun Zong's keen observation, perception, and deduction gave him a general idea of what had happened here. Of course, the information about the flesh reincarnation array was missing, and Chun Zong didn't know, but he was sure that those practitioners who had been brought into this secret room were definitely dead. Perhaps their flesh, blood, strength, and everything else had been swallowed and absorbed by Chu Shanha through some terrible means of the evil god clan, thus creating a body that, although not in the spirit ascension realm, had the terrible power of the spirit ascension realm. Next, naturally, they waited for the spies to investigate the Chu family. Chapter 21-29. The void was boundless, deep, and mysterious. No one knew how many mysteries it contained, and how many dangers and dangers lurked within. A flying ship was flying at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void, and the flying ship plunged into it. It was like a whale diving into the water, disappearing into the depths of the void. Void travel. Not long after, 10 void years away, the ripples spread out as well. A void-flying vessel emerged from the depths of the void, its speed gradually decreasing. This was a process of buffering. When the speed dropped to a certain level, it would increase again. As long as it reached the limit, it would be able to activate void travel again. This flying ship was none other than the void escape ship. After the incident with Chu Shanha, Chenzong stayed in the Yuan galaxy for a few more months. But for some reason, he didn't find any traces of the evil god tribe. He didn't know if they were gone or if they knew of the situation and went into hiding. Thus, Chenzong bid farewell and left the Yuan sect, preparing to return to the Heavenly Will Palace. There were 3 reasons for returning to the Heavenly Will Palace. First, heart demons. He didn't have much experience in dealing with heart demons. He would only know when he returned and asked his master. Second, the evil god tribe. Chunzong always felt that the evil god tribe was unusual and had to be taken seriously. He planned to report this matter to his master and then inform the Heavenly Will Palace. After all, the Heavenly Will Palace was the #1 faction in the Void. The safety of the Void was naturally related to them. Third, cultivation. The battle with the evil God King made Chunzong realize that his strength was still insufficient. He needed to be stronger. In fact, he had just joined the Heavenly Will Palace. He had only received the technique and common abilities before he left in a hurry to return to the Lingwu Holy World and Blue Waves World. Now that he was returning, he naturally needed to borrow the resources of the Heavenly Will Palace to cultivate. To reach the Black and White World from the Yuan Galaxy, he had to cross many galaxies and spend a lot of time. But there was no other way. Fortunately, this time, he had enough void burning crystals. He wouldn't be in a predicament like last time. Of course, he only hoped that he wouldn't encounter any void disasters. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to delay time. Now, under continuous travel, Chunzong had crossed many galaxies. He crossed the star field of the EU galaxy and entered another star field. Flying. He continued to fly. They flew out of the range of the second star field and entered the void between the star fields. The void belt between star fields was very vast. Even if the escapee flew at the speed of an advanced void flying ship, it would still take more than 10 days to cross it. Moreover, it could not use void travel. However, according to past experience, under normal circumstances, the void belt was safe. Therefore, Chunzong let the escapee fly on its own while he meditated and cultivated. There was no time to waste, but he had to seize every minute and second. He could not afford to waste any time. Right now, his chi refinement and body refinement cultivation had just broken through to the third cycle and third transformation level. It would be very difficult for him to improve in a short period of time, but he could use it to cultivate other things. For example, the 1 heart and 2 intents of 1 heart could be used to cultivate the 33 heavens of mind, build the heart palace, and comprehend the application of the Sword Dao domain. The Sword Dao domain was very profound. Many Dao manipulation realms could not grasp it, and even many Yuan Ming realms could not grasp it. Although Chunzong had grasped it and walked ahead of many cultivators, his application of the Sword Dao domain was still at a superficial level. However, Chunzong had superb comprehension and the memories of Swordmaster Dongting. Although Swordmaster Dongting did not grasp the Sword Dao domain at the demigod level, he had grasped it at the Dao manipulation realm. Moreover, he had studied it for many years, and his application of the Sword Dao domain had reached an astonishing level. In short, Chunzong's comprehension and mastery of the Sword Dao domain compared to Swordmaster Dongting's was like the power level of an ant compared to the power level of a true dragon. However, that was only temporary. Previously, it was not that Chunzong did not attach importance to the Sword Dao domain, but he did not have the energy and time to study it. After all, there were too many things he needed to cultivate. The battle between the inner demon and the Cthulhu King had shown Chunzong the amazing potential of the Sword Dao domain. He cultivated the 33 heavens of mind to build the heart palace, while combined the memories and experiences of Swordmaster Dongting to comprehend the Sword Dao domain. The construction of the 6th heart palace was very slow. After all, the 33 heavens of mind ultimately meant the construction of 33 heart palaces. Theoretically, on average, a level 1 spirit realm should be able to construct around 6 heart palaces, or 7 at most. Of course, that was not how it was calculated. The lower the realm, the more difficult it was to construct the heart palace. It was extremely rare for someone like Chunzong to start constructing the 6th heart palace at the 3rd transformation Dao manipulation realm. Compared to the difficulty of constructing the 6th heart palace, the comprehension of the Sword Dao domain was very efficient. Firstly, it was because of Chunzong's superb comprehension. Secondly, it was because of Swordmaster Dongting's memories and experiences as a foundation. Chunzong felt that his mastery of the Sword Dao domain had increased exponentially. Suddenly, the escapee's speed dropped sharply and finally stopped. It did not move at all, which surprised Chunzong. He immediately broke away from his comprehension and spread out his divine sense. The escapee was sealed by an inexplicable force. Vaguely, Chunzong's divine sense could see chains as thick as an arm locking the entire escapee. The chains were suffused with silver light and flowed like water. They were mysterious runes. Under the many chains, the escapee could not move at all. Even its power was stopped, and it could not activate the protective shield, cannons, and so on. Boom! Chunzong was secretly shocked. While he was thinking at lightning speed, the escapee suddenly shook violently. It was being attacked. The escapee's material was astonishing and extremely hard. But in the absence of a protective shield, it could not withstand multiple attacks from a Dao manipulation realm. If the escapee's material was enough to completely withstand the attacks of a Dao manipulation realm, or even a Yuan Ming realm, it had to be at least a spirit divine artifact. How precious was a spirit divine artifact? If one wanted to build the escapee's flying ship, it would cost an unknown amount of materials. It was not something that could be bought with just tens of millions of void coins. It would cost at least 10 times more. At the end of the day, the true ability to resist attacks was the protective shield. Boom! Boom! The escapee was constantly attacked and shook violently. It could indeed withstand for a short period of time, but it would be damaged and destroyed after a little longer. With a sweep of his divine sense, Chunzong also discovered the people attacking the escapee flying ship. There were as many as 9 of them. Each of them had a cold expression, and their eyes were suffused with a ferocious and ruthless light. They were filled with killing intent. The auras of the 9 cultivators were all at the Tao manipulation realm. There was a scarlet flicker in their eyes. Further away, there was a figure floating in the air. The aura around him was restrained, like a black hole devouring everything. It was extremely terrifying. He was definitely a powerhouse that surpassed the Tao manipulation realm. Chunzong could not help but feel his heart sink. More directly, the bright red mark of the evil god on his divine soul was constantly flickering, as if it was transmitting something. The evil god clan. Although he did not get close and did not sense carefully, Chunzong was sure of the identity of these cultivators. The evil god clan. They were all human cultivators who had been possessed by the evil god tribe's evil god reincarnation. As for why they intercepted him here, it should be because they sensed the aura of the evil god's mark and used some information and so on to finally ambush him in this void zone. Thinking like lightning, Chunzong immediately found this method to deal with the void flying ship from the memory of Swordmaster Dongting. Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky Region. This was a secret treasure. The essence of this secret treasure was an array. When the Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky array was refined into a secret treasure, it would form a Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky region when it was activated. Its function was to seal off a part of the void and prohibit void travel. It could even bind the void flying ship and terminate all means of the void flying ship. Just like now, the void flying ship seemed to have been abolished. It could only passively receive attacks and could not even activate the protective shield. The 9 Tao controlling realm cultivators were very strong. Under the continuous bombardment, the void flying ship began to be damaged. If this continued, the void flying ship would disintegrate. Without hesitation, Chunzong's figure flashed and appeared outside, immediately putting the void flying ship into the 9 heavenly rings. The Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky region was mainly aimed at the void flying ship, stopping everything and making it unusable. However, it would not seal off the cultivators, otherwise it would be directly destroyed. Of course, the effect of the void flying ship existed, making the void more solid and difficult to travel through. The reason why he chose this void zone was also because he considered that the effect of the void flying ship was just a side effect and was not so main. He was worried that the void flying ship would be too strong and break through. No matter what, for the sake of dealing with Chunzong, this group of evil god tribe members could be said to have plotted everything and used all of their means. Of course, Chunzong was not afraid of the 9 Tao controlling realm cultivators. The only thing that Chunzong was wary of was the terrifying cultivator above the Tao controlling realm. Without a choice, Chunzong could only walk out of the void flying ship and appear in the Spirit Sealing Forbidden Sky region, facing these evil god clan cultivators. From the looks of it, your development in this star field is rather unexpected, Chunzong said as he swept his gaze across them. How dare you destroy the plan of the sacred race and go against them? You will die without a doubt. Cut the crap, kill him. Several evil god clan cultivators immediately shouted angrily and attacked. These 9 Tao controlling realm cultivators were not weak. The least of them was at the 7th revolution and the most were at the 9th revolution. Their combined strength was very terrifying and immediately brought great pressure to Chunzong. However, the greatest pressure was still that expert from the evil god clan who'd surpassed the Tao manipulation realm. He didn't make a move, and he merely stared at Chunzong with an icy cold and emotionless gaze, causing Chunzong to feel a horrifying sense of danger. He was extremely horrified and his mind was raised to the limit while he was extremely tense. Danger. A great danger had struck and surrounded him. Facing 9 Dao controlling realm cultivators, Chunzong's blood seemed to be boiling. Fight. Then let's fight. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me. At present, the evil god tribe that had surpassed the Dao manipulation realm did not intend to attack. This was a good opportunity for him to kill these 9 evil god tribe cultivators in the shortest amount of time with an unstoppable force, and then use this opportunity to escape. Chapter 2130. Kill. The saber light suddenly exploded, approaching from afar and attacking mercilessly. In the void, sound traveled even slower. Therefore, when the saber light exploded, there were waves of extremely shocking screeches sweeping over. It was terrifying to the extreme. The other 8 Dao manipulation realm evil god tribe members also attacked. They attacked mercilessly, wanting to kill Chunzong directly. How much hatred did they have? Sword Dao Domain. In just an instant, the Sword Dao Domain expanded, covering a radius of 200 meters, exceeding the previous 100 meters. Suppress. When the various attacks entered the Sword Dao Domain, their speed decreased and slowed down. Chunzong's speed was increased to the extreme. He flashed past like a flash of light and appeared in front of a Dao manipulation realm evil god tribe member. The sword light suddenly lit up, as if there were tens of thousands of swords blooming. They gathered in an instant, highly compressed into a beam. Sect Origin Swords. Kill. Although it was still incomparable to when he used the mental demon, it was much more condensed than when he used it previously. The suppressive power of the Sword Dao Domain, as well as the enhancement to himself and the Sect Origin Swords, allowed the lethality of Chunzong's sword to reach the extreme. The evil god tribe member, with Dao manipulation realm cultivation, found it difficult to dodge. He was immediately hit, and tens of thousands of sword chi exploded in his body. Attack. Tear. In an instant, beams of sword light shot out from the body of the cultivator occupied by the evil god tribe member. Killed with one sword. The sword chi of this sword was even more ingenious. It entered the evil god tribe member's body and cut off various parts, preventing him from even self-destructing. In an instant, the evil god tribe member's soul appeared and was about to charge into Chunzong's divine sea. Soul sealing technique. Chunzong was already prepared and directly sealed it. He comprehended Sword Master Dongting's experience of using the Sword Dao Domain and combined it with himself. With his amazing comprehension and learning ability, he eventually improved continuously. If Chunzong's application of the Sword Dao Domain was not even considered superficial before, now he could be considered to have reached the beginner's level. The Sword Dao Domain could suppress and also enhance oneself. Suppression was to suppress the opponent and restrict their speed, strength, and so on. Enhancement was to increase one's speed, strength, and so on. This was especially true for Sword Dao, where the enhancement was very significant. In this way, Chunzong was able to directly kill an expert of the 8th circle of the Dao manipulation realm in a short time. If it had been before, even if his cultivation had broken through to the 3rd circle of the Dao manipulation realm, it would have been difficult for him to do so. Heart Flame. In an instant, the quintuple heart flame burned on Chunzong's body, causing Chunzong's speed and strength to increase by another 50%. His strength also rose again, reaching an even higher level. His figure flashed, and he charged out, wanting to leave the area sealed by the Spirit's sealing Forbidden Sky Domain. As long as he could get out of the Spirit's sealing Forbidden Sky Domain, he would be able to take out the evading void again. At that time, he would be safe. Although the Spirit's sealing Forbidden Sky Domain's power was astonishing, its flaws were also very obvious. It had to be set up in advance and was difficult to move. However, the evil god tribe was already prepared and immediately blocked Chunzong's path. Their figures overlapped, and their martial arts were extremely profound. Even if Chunzong had the Sword Dao domain to enhance himself, he could not break out of the encirclement and was blocked again. Kill. The second expert of the seventh circle of the Dao manipulation realm died under the sword. Within the Sword Dao domain, Chunzong was like a fish in water and a tiger with wings. He had a feeling that he was unrestrained and invincible. Kill. The third expert of the seventh circle of the Dao manipulation realm also died under Chunzong's sword. Under full strength and the brilliant application of the Sword Dao domain, Chunzong's strength was more reasonable and reached an even more terrifying level. Its lethality was extremely shocking. However, it was very difficult for others to hit Chunzong. In the distance, the expert of the evil god tribe who had surpassed the Dao manipulation realm narrowed his eyes and unconsciously lowered his hands behind his back. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. When Chunzong's sword slashed out and pointed at the evil god tribe expert of the ninth circle of the Dao manipulation realm, he made his move. There were no traces of him making a move at all. In just an instant, Chunzong's sword light was shattered. At the same time, Chunzong also felt as if his sword was about to be knocked away. An extremely terrifying force directly rushed through the sword as if it wanted to shatter Chunzong's body. However, 50% of the force was first absorbed by the Heart Seal treasure robe and then blocked by the World Divine body. Even so, Chunzong felt extremely uncomfortable, as if his body was about to be shattered. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood couldn't help but seep out. He felt as if his body was cracking, like an exquisite porcelain that had been hit and could shatter at any time. Yuan Underworld Realm. This level of attack had completely reached the level of the Yuan Underworld Realm. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately activated the power stored in the Heart Seal treasure robe and used this power to heal his injuries. After knowing the second effect of the Heart Seal treasure robe, Chunzong attacked himself and kept charging the Heart Seal treasure robe. After many times, it had already accumulated to the limit. However, because the opponent had attacked too quickly and had exceeded his expectations, he had been hit. Otherwise, if he had reacted in time, he could have activated the Heart Seal treasure robe's active protection and used the power stored in it to resist the attack. His injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. Chunzong burst out at full speed and moved quickly, killing the other Dao manipulation realm evil god tribe members. It would be difficult for him to escape if he didn't kill these evil god tribe members because they surrounded him without fear of death and prevented him from leaving the range of the spirit-sealing Forbidden Sky Zone. Chunzong wasn't worried at all if there were only a few Dao manipulation realm evil god tribe members. The only thing worth worrying about was the Yuan Underworld evil god tribe member. He hadn't made a move before, but now that he saw how powerful Chunzong was and that his side had suffered considerable losses, he couldn't help but act. With a boom, the light of the Heart Seal treasure robe trembled and ripples spread out as if it was about to shatter. However, it still stubbornly blocked the attack of the Yuan Underworld evil god tribe member. However, Chunzong knew very well that it could at most withstand 2 more attacks from the Yuan Underworld evil god tribe member before it was broken. Unfortunately, once the Heart Seal treasure robe's ability to store power to resist attacks was activated, it could only resist attacks and couldn't absorb them anymore. Otherwise, it could form a cycle that couldn't be broken. If it could do that, then the Heart Seal treasure robe wouldn't be a spirit artifact anymore. It would be a sky celestial artifact of a higher grade. There were only 2 chances left, so he had to make good use of them. After these 2 chances were used up, he would rush out of the range of the spirit-sealing Forbidden Sky Zone. Then, he would take out the evasive space and use it to attack the Yuan Underworld evil god tribe member. Even if he couldn't kill the Yuan Underworld evil god tribe member, he could still use the evasive space to leave quickly. As if they knew what Chunzong was planning, the other evil god tribe members charged forward one after another without any fear of death. The Yuan Underworld evil god tribe members' attack speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, another attack arrived. Chunzong was hit once again, and the power of the Heart Seal treasure robe was further depleted. It could only withstand one more attack. However, Chunzong also took advantage of this opportunity to erupt with all his strength and kill the evil god tribe member at the 9th revolution Tao manipulation realm. Then, he used the spirit sealing technique to seal his soul. At this point, out of the 9 Tao manipulation realm powerhouses, 4 of them were at least at the 7th revolution Tao manipulation realm. Chunzong had already killed 4 of them. He had killed 4 Tao manipulation realm powerhouses at the 3rd revolution Tao manipulation realm. If news of this spread, who knew how many people would be alarmed? Kill. The 5th evil god tribe member at the 8th revolution Tao manipulation realm was killed by Chunzong. At the same time, Chunzong suffered another attack, and the light on the heart seal treasure robe was instantly broken. However, after killing the 5th evil god tribe member, Chunzong had already reached the edge of the spirit sealing forbidden sky zone. He could rush out of the spirit sealing forbidden sky zone in the next moment. Speed up. Extreme speed. Charge. In an instant, a strong sense of danger erupted from the depths of his heart, causing Chunzong to be stunned. He turned into a ray of sword light and flew away without hesitation. A figure had appeared in front of him without him noticing. It was the Yuan underworld powerhouse blocking his path and staring coldly at him. Chunzong had a feeling that the other party didn't seem to want to kill him, but wanted to capture him alive. As for the reason, Chunzong didn't know. However, he guessed that the other party might be eyeing his body so that the other evil god tribe members could use the evil god reincarnation secret technique to occupy his body. Chunzong's guess wasn't wrong in general, but there were some discrepancies. After changing several times, he still couldn't get away. The Yuan underworld powerhouse was too fast. His current strength could indeed surpass an ordinary 9th revolution Tao manipulation realm powerhouse, but the gap between him and a Yuan underworld powerhouse was still too big. Even if he had all kinds of methods, it wouldn't be enough. What should I do? Chunzong couldn't help but think quickly. The heart flame was still burning, stacking layer by layer until there were a total of 5 layers. Wisps of unique aura fluctuations spread out continuously and drifted far, far away. In an instant, an incomparably tyrannical aura swept over like a natural disaster. That aura made all things tremble. Chunzong felt a familiar feeling from that aura. How dare you make a move on a disciple of my heavenly palace? Dying 100 times won't be enough. As the extremely powerful aura swept over, a cold and desolate voice rang out. It was filled with a shockingly violent might. In an instant, it was like rolling thunder reverberating endlessly. Although the speed of sound transmission was slow in the void, it seemed to have sounded directly from the depths of everyone's hearts. The expressions of several Tao manipulation realm evil god tribe members changed drastically. In the next moment, their bodies twisted strangely as if they were being squeezed by an extremely tyrannical and invisible force. Then, with a bang, they exploded one after another. Even their spirit bodies were shattered by an extremely terrifying force as soon as they appeared. Death. It was so sudden and so shocking. Besides, Chunzong, the Yuan underworld evil god tribe member, also widened his eyes in shock. That power made him unconsciously feel a sense of horror, as if he was about to be destroyed, and he trembled uncontrollably. Without hesitation, the Yuan underworld evil god tribe member immediately gave up on Chunzong and burst forth with his fastest speed. In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and flew far away. Escape. Chapter 21:31. The formless aura was terrifying to the extreme as it swept over like a wave of destruction. However, when that terrifying aura swept past Chunzong, it didn't cause any pressure or harm to Chunzong. Instead, it was like a cool breeze brushing past his face. However, Chunzong could feel an extremely shocking power from it. Several Tao-controlling realm evil god tribe members died, and even their spirits were instantly annihilated. The Yuan underworld evil god tribe member erupted with full speed and fled far away. However, a red light suddenly lit up and flickered endlessly from afar. In the next moment, it streaked across the void like a cannon shot from a void ship. It swept across the sky at an extremely shocking speed and descended with a rumbling sound. It was as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Boom! The momentum of the void zone was boundless and surging endlessly. The red light was extremely gorgeous and surging like a torrent of magma. It emitted an extremely shocking blazing power that seemed to be able to incinerate everything in the world. It was like a bolt of scarlet lightning that tore through the primal chaos as it streaked across the sky. The Yuan underworld evil god tribe member, who was rapidly fleeing, was extremely fast, but he was still inferior to the scarlet lightning and was immediately caught up and directly struck. With a loud boom, his tyrannical body was instantly shattered. A miserable shriek rang out as the evil god tribe member's spirit immediately left his body and flew away at an even faster speed. It was as if he had broken free from his shackles. However, the spirit body was still affected by the scarlet lightning and flames. The scarlet lightning and flames seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power that could directly target the spirit body and directly shatter it. Then, the spirit body was destroyed bit by bit. The mournful shriek echoed in the void zone and only died down after a dozen breaths. Dead. The evil god tribe member who had possessed the Yuan underworld evil god tribe member was truly dead. All threats from Chunzong had been removed. Chunzong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Senior, thank you for saving me," Chunzong hurriedly said. This was necessary. It was also fortunate that the powerful female senior had intervened. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble this time, and might even be dead. "What's your name?" A loud and boisterous voice rang out. It was none other than the voice of the person who had killed all the experts from the evil god tribe with brute force. After that, a beam of light shot out like a shooting star with incredible speed. With a flash, it appeared before Chunzong. She was wearing a fiery red dress made of some unknown leather that fit her body perfectly, showing off her bulging chest and round and perky buttocks. Her waist was so slender that it made people wonder if it would break with just a little bit of force. Her perfectly round legs were straight and slender, and she wore a pair of gorgeous and exquisite combat shoes. Her ankles had traces of red light that looked like burning flames. She was dressed in tight, leather clothes that looked like light armor. The main color was scarlet red, with black and gold intertwined in some places, making her look even more gorgeous and noble. Her delicate face that was as white as jade and her long red hair that looked like burning flames fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess of fire. With just one look, Chunzong felt an indescribable flame ignite from the depths of his heart, as if it was about to burn. As a grown man, Chunzong knew very well what the flame in his heart was. It was the evil flame, the flame of desire, the flame of wanting to take the fiery person in front of him for himself. With a thought, Chunzong immediately extinguished the evil flame in his heart, and he regained his composure. The reason why he could be like this was because his spirit was strong, his mind was strong, and his heart sword path was superb. If it were any other Tao manipulation realm cultivator, they would probably be very weak. She was truly a peerless beauty that no one dared to look directly at. This senior, Chunzong, was a little hesitant because the other party didn't look very old. Of course, cultivators who had reached the imminent deity realm were definitely not young. It was hard to tell her age just by looking at her appearance. However, the other party was so fiery, so young, and so powerful that Chunzong didn't know how to address her. In the end, he called her senior. After all, she was stronger than him. "My surname is Chunzong. Third revolution, Tao manipulation realm cultivation, but you've built 5 heart palaces. Which palace are you a true disciple of?" She was like a goddess of fire, but she didn't have the temperament of a true beauty at all. Instead, she looked carefree. Her voice was obviously a little delicate, but she pretended to be boorish, which gave a strong sense of incongruity. Senior, I'm the fifth true disciple of the Heart Palace. Chunzong responded because the other party was also from the Heart Palace, but as for whether she was a disciple or an elder, Chunzong didn't know. After all, he had left the Heart Palace not long after joining, so he didn't have the time to properly understand it. What's more, although there weren't many people in the Heart Palace, it wasn't easy to understand them all. Heart Palace. Chunzong found that the fiery beauty was rubbing her chin, her body leaning forward, her breasts almost pressing down on him. Her delicate face was as white as jade, but she looked at him up and down, her eyes full of curiosity, as if she wanted to strip him naked. Then, she straightened her body, trembling slightly. Master actually took in another disciple. Little junior brother, you have to call me senior sister. Third senior sister. No, call me Sister Cannon. Did you hear that? The fire goddess senior sister's fair palm landed on Chunzong's shoulder. With a bang, it sounded like the beating of a drum. No matter how strong Chunzong's body was, he could not help but feel his shoulder go numb. Little junior brother, remember to call me Sister Cannon in the future. Chunzong couldn't help but be speechless. Sister Cannon. What the hell was that? A name? It shouldn't be. What kind of woman would have such a weird name? A title? It felt too weird, no matter how he looked at it. It had the air of the Jianghu, as if she was a bandit who bullied women and men to occupy a mountain. It was like the difference between two worlds. But this fiery beauty in front of him had requested it. Sister Cannon. Chunzong's heart was in a mess. What kind of fetish was this? But she did save him, and since she had such a weird request, he'd do as she wished. Junior brother Chunzong greets. Sister Cannon. When Chunzong said those three words, the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't know why, but he felt an indescribable sense of shame. Haha. Third senior sister laughed heartily. She patted Chunzong's shoulder and thumped Chunzong's chest. Her eyes seemed to light up slightly. Good, very good, junior brother. Your breasts are not bad. You're quite well endowed. Sister Cannon will protect you from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name. Let's see who dares to behave atrociously. Thank you. Chunzong felt weak all over. His heart was tired. He couldn't help but glance at her, thinking that she was even more well endowed. Why did Master tell me that I had such a senior sister? Although I couldn't change anything, at least I would be mentally prepared. Perhaps Master couldn't say it out of shame. Chunzong secretly complained. Suddenly, Chunzong remembered that he was the fifth true disciple of Exian Palace, the fifth disciple of Exian Dao Master. There were 4 others before him, but Master didn't mention who they were. Now that third senior sister was such a weirdo, what about the others? Eldest senior brother? Maybe it was eldest senior sister. There was also second senior brother or second senior sister, and fourth senior brother or fourth senior sister. Forget it. It was useless to think so much. When he met them in the future, he would know. They couldn't be more strange than this third senior sister, right? Little junior brother, where did that group of people come from? Third senior sister asked with a bandit's face. Tell me, and I'll destroy their entire sect. I don't know where they come from, but these people were all possessed by the evil god tribe. Because I ruined the evil god tribe's plan, they set up an ambush here to kill me, Chunzong said simply. However, it wasn't difficult to find out where these people came from. They just had to search their storage rings, and they might find out. Sure enough, after searching for a while, Chunzong and third senior sister found out that these people came from the Heavenly Path sect, a stellar sector-level force in Tianluo planet. The Heavenly Path sect was a low-tier stellar sector-level force, but they weren't weak either. However, Chunzong felt a chill run down his spine. The Heavenly Path sect was so powerful, but there were actually 10 reincarnated evil god tribe members. Perhaps this was only a small part of them. Let's go and destroy the Heavenly Path sect. Third senior sister grabbed Chunzong and was about to take action. Wait, third. Sister Cannon, this is very important. We should go back and report to Master first, Chunzong said with a serious expression. The Heavenly Path sect has a transcendent state elite guarding it. I'm not their match now. All right, let's go back and see Master first. Third senior sister immediately changed her mind. With a wave of her hand, a fiery red void flying ship appeared beside her, as if it was burning all the time. Let's go back to the Heavenly Palace. Third senior sister grabbed Chunzong and stuffed him into the void flying ship. She immediately activated it and accelerated to the limit. High-tier void flying ship. This way, Chunzong wouldn't have to take out the void flying ship himself. Third senior sister sat beside Chunzong and rubbed her shoulder against Chunzong's arm as if they were close friends. Little junior brother, tell me, when did you join the Heavenly Palace? Waves of unique fragrance continuously wafted into Chunzong's nose. It smelled very good, as if it had a scorching aura that could make one's blood boil. Chunzong's feelings were messy. A hot beauty calling herself Sister Cannon was a title filled with the aura of the pugilistic world. No matter how he looked at it, he found it strange. I entered the Heavenly Palace a few years ago after passing the Heart Intent realm. Chunzong smiled and replied, because I received the Heart Intent technique inheritance that Master left behind a few years ago, I was fated to be with Master. Therefore, Master took me in as the fifth true disciple. I see. Looks like your experience is similar to that of the sissy second senior brother. Third senior sister nodded, and then seemed to think of something. Little junior brother is very special. You're only at the third revolution of the Tao manipulation realm, but you've already built 5 heart palaces. Oh, is that very difficult? Chunzong wasn't very clear about this. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.